Well, good evening, everyone. KLBK Chief Meteorologist Jacob Riley here in the First Warning Weather Center. We are tracking some severe storms across the area this evening. Our newest warning now out here in portions of Curry and Roosevelt counties in eastern New Mexico. We do have this destructive tag on it, meaning that very strong damaging wind gusts are possible with this, up to 80 miles per hour out of this big wind event that's heading into Curry County. Let's go on back and we'll show you. This is today's outlook. Areas in yellow have the greatest potential of seeing severe storms today, and notice that does include the city of Lubbock all the way back to the west and northwest, really along and south of Highway 84. So this is a live look in Clovis as storms are approaching from the west. Not seeing any severe weather just yet there in Clovis, but Clovis, this storm is very significant, up to 80 mile per hour wind gust. So if you are the path of this storm, I would say go ahead and seek shelter in the middle portion of your home, away from any outside walls and windows, just because those 80 mile per hour wind gusts are going to be pretty significant. And if there is any hail, that wind-driven hail could produce some pretty not safe situations there, should any windows get blown out. So Clovis, you're not technically in the warning yet. This is in northwestern Curry, throughout portions here of Quay County, Roosevelt County, DeBaca County as well. We also have this other line that's beginning to develop in southern portions, or eastern portions of DeBaca County. So here's what we've got going on. You can see kind of this portion of the storm right here, how quickly that accelerated back to the south and east, right? And now that it's with this line, it's taking on more of that easterly component. So Clovis, it looks like the bulk of the wind is going to move right into your area. But what we're expecting tonight is for this wall of wind here to continue to develop and then track more to the south and east. Okay, so that's kind of what we're concerned with. You can see the general motion of that here with time as we go forward there. So we're going to be watching that very closely. Also watching down in Andrews County right now. As we do have these storms that are going on over the Permian Basin. These are continuing to develop along this outflow boundary there. Again, so all this activity will be pushing south and east as we continue into the evening and overnight hours tonight. So let's go ahead, let's go back and show you what some of our future forecast models are showing. We'll pull this one up real quick, and I'm going to check something before we get too deep into it. And the Storm Prediction Center is now highlighting our area for a potential severe thunderstorm watch. So heads up there. Saying that this severe thunderstorm watch will most likely be needed in our region. There's not going to be a tornado concern with it, so that is good. Let me get this posted out really quick. The biggest concern is going to be held up to golf ball size with this activity and wind gusts upwards of 70 miles per hour. So we'll probably see that watch come out within the next hour or so. because that's whenever these areas will first start to see this activity move in. And we do already have a watch it effect for Curry and Roosevelt counties too. So let me get this out really quick, y'all, and then we'll talk more about what's on the screen right now. Okay. So let's take a look again at this. This is our forecast model. Notice we'll bring it back up to speed. It's around 8:30, so it's doing a decent job with activity. It's a little bit behind with the placement there in Curry and Roosevelt counties, but as we go forward in time, notice that line continuing to extend to the south. And again, it's trying to show that race just due south, and that's not what we're seeing. We're seeing that stay a little bit more to the north and east, so we'll watch that. But again, notice around from midnight to 2 a.m., we get to see this activity in Lubbock. And folks, there's going to be some very heavy rainfall occurring with this. Rainfall rates of 1 to 3 inches per hour are expected. And what that's going to do is really help to bring in that high flood potential for portions of our area. We're actually under a slight risk for flash flooding today. So again, we'll watch that closely here as this activity starts to move in. Trying to see if we can pick up any additional boundaries in the region. Not seeing anything. Let's take a look at our wind velocities, though, out of this. Getting a good sampling because the worst part's going right over the radar. And it's estimating that around 60 to 70 miles per hour. So again, this is what is headed east towards Field. Eventually we'll be headed down towards Clovis area, Melrose area. Again, that's sampling a little bit higher up in the atmosphere. But again, it's this line that we're watching here. As this moves through on the backside of it, additional development is going to be likely, and that'll last through tomorrow morning and afternoon, which will just add to that flash flood potential. So you can see where the bulk of that is. It's starting to get close to Melrose as well, so heads up Melrose there in Curry County. But we're watching this whole line here. That's eventually going to start to progress more to the south and east, so heads up for Tallis as well. Also had some very strong storms down near the Midland, Odessa area, just east of Midland. You gotta take a look at those too. You can see some of those near Stanton now. These are big time hailstorms moving through. Some back towards the west side of San Angelo, southwest of Sterling City there in Erie County. towards Sterling, and then of course Tom Green there. We've got Reagan County, Glasscock County. Another little storm there firing up north of I-20. It's going to kind of follow behind these, producing heavy rainfall. Some there in Andrews County beginning to develop. Probably see those south of Seminole. And they're just kind of sitting right over where that boundary is at. But again, our main event for the South Plains area, KLBK area, is going to be this that's moving in out of eastern New Mexico. We're expecting this to develop into this big line of storms here and continue to move to the south and east, and as it does, it's going to get bigger in coverage. So it could be a loud, rough night for a little while at least. All right, let's go through some of the chat here, and we'll answer any questions that anybody has. Got my big old jug of tea to get me through another crazy day. Hobbs in the chat, bring on the rain. Only the rain, Ashley says. Hello, the real Dawn. Down in Hobbs, you have the chance to see storms today, so I would be ready for when those do start to move into your region. It will be later this evening before they do. John, yeah, so much for getting rest, huh? I will eventually. It's got to end at some time, right? At some point, right? Yeah, Portales, Elizabeth, you've got that activity approaching you back from the west right now. You're technically not under any warnings there in Portales, but we will be watching you closely as that activity is starting to move in. And what I'm watching is generally this section of storms. Y'all watch this part right here, okay? When I loop it forward. Ready? See how that part is accelerating quicker than the rest of the line? That's where we're going to have the biggest damaging wind potential, and that's pushing southeast, okay? So as that continues, it's moving at about 45 miles per hour. So let's do it like this. And it's moving in this general direction. So I'm going to track it out here. So this line, again, these are the areas that it will be headed over the next 3 hours. If it continues its track at 45 miles per hour, okay? So you can see some of those areas impacted here of that activity. But again, that circled area in white is where we have the kind of the strongest surge of those winds going on. So that's what we're looking at right now. Until we get more updates and stuff like that, let me, hold on just one second. Let me get all of this readjusted here. So it's all lined up and even and ready to go the next time we need it. There we go. So let's take a look at what we've got today. We do currently have some active watches in place. They're for Curry, Roosevelt counties. That watch goes through 10 p.m. Mountain Time. For Lee County, severe thunderstorm watch for you until 1 a.m. Mountain Time Tuesday morning. Okay, so storm's going to be possible a little bit later there. Gaines and Dawson counties will remain under this severe thunderstorm watch through 2 a.m. Tuesday morning. And we're likely to see from Parmer over to possibly, I would say Parmer, Castro, Bailey, Lamb, Hale, Cochran, Hockley, Lubbock, Yoakum, Terry, Lynn counties get added to this severe thunderstorm watch over the next little bit. So we'll watch that and see what the Storm Prediction Center decides to do. They are kind of highlighting those areas from Swisher, Hale, Lubbock, Lynn counties and points west for an additional severe thunderstorm watch this evening due to that activity rolling in. So here's what we've got. Level 2 out of 5 slight risk for today there for areas in yellow. Notice that's kind of along and south of U.S. Highway 84. If you're unfamiliar with Highway 84, that goes from Snyder up to Clovis. That's kind of the general area. If you draw a line from Snyder to Clovis, that's Highway 84. Areas south and along and south of that have the best potential of seeing severe storms today. So again, we'll go forward in time. We'll show you our forecast model here It's kind of taking that storm. It's, again, behind just a little bit here with placement, just how far east this line actually is. But notice it takes that one storm, shows it moving further south, more south than southeast with the rest of the line. That's going to be the one that could move along the state line area and pose the greatest damaging wind risk, I would say, through the Morton area, back south near Sundown, Plains, Denver City, Brownfield area, Seminole, Lamesa. Biggest potential there with that one for you. But this main line moves in. We could see 60 to 75 mile per hour wind gusts all along this. Notice by 2 a.m. seeing some very heavy rainfall. This could lead to some flooding and severe weather possibly continuing. This will continue to push east and southeast around 4 a.m. Still seeing some light to moderate and even heavy rainfall at times. And then as we go into the morning hours, expecting more development around the 9 a.m. time frame. But we'll focus on tonight's activity right now. 70 up to around 70 mile per hour wind gusts, the biggest concern in our area. Not expecting any tornadoes, but we could see maybe some isolated embedded large hail events up to golf ball size. But again, flooding is going to be a concern for us as well, as we do have that slight risk along and south of U.S. Highway 84 again of flash flooding potential. These showers and storms, as they roll through, will be dumping about 1 to 3 inches of rainfall within an hour. And if we see those set up for a couple of hours, we're looking at isolated totals of 2 to 4, maybe 3 to 5 inches at most out of this activity. But you know what? After today, not done. We do have more showers and storms in the forecast tomorrow, albeit that severe threat is much further to the south and west. Flash flood threat along and south of Highway 82 114. And then on Wednesday, I'm really hoping and praying that this stays. No severe weather in the forecast for our coverage area. Hallelujah. There is the chance for just some general thunderstorms, but again, not seeing that severe risk outlook there by Wednesday. So we're hoping that will continue. But again, right now, main focus is tonight's severe weather potential. That severe thunderstorm watch in effect for Curry, Roosevelt, Lee, Gaines, and Dawson counties right now could be extending soon into portions of our western Texas counties. So this is the past hour loop. Again, we're going to show you this kind of surge of this stronger storm. It was here initially. So watch that area and watch how it keeps developing back to the south and east, okay? So now we're kind of seeing that right here. Right? You can see in western portions of Roosevelt counties, this storm getting to get a little bit of that hook. We'll have to watch that one close. But again, this is kind of the area we're watching here, and continuing in that straight line, you can kind of see the general area will be headed. So heads up there, Portales, back towards Morton, Levelland areas. This main kind of surge, if it continues, will move into these general areas, could eclipse southwestern Lubbock County, over towards Brownfield, Tahoka areas. So we'll be watching that very closely. But again, it's that circled batch. You can kind of see there pushing southeast that we are going to be watching the closest over the next couple of hours or so. Here. Again, you can see that line really starting to get it organized, develop, and that's going to be pushing in our area, bringing us that severe weather risk through the rest of the overnight hours tonight, through roughly 4 a.m. Like, why can't this just happen in the day? Susan, hoping for a little more rain. The New Mexico storm chasing weather account saying that they are hoping for large hail in Hobbs. I'm sure most of Hobbs would beg to differ there on wanting that. Jeanette, White River Lake, you guys have had the most amount of rain in our area, on our mesonet sites at least, over the past week. About 5.5 inches there, which is good news there for the lake. I know the lake levels definitely need it. Angel, yeah, we are watching that New Mexico storm. Right now it's warned for up to 80 mile per hour wind gusts. And I think the biggest concern for that now is near Melrose, which is outside of the warning area, heading into northwestern portions of Roosevelt County, and seeing that line begin to accelerate. So heads up there, Portales. It's going to kind of go, I believe this is 70. Yes, Highway 70. Kind of parallel to that, but it's moving perpendicular. So it's going to pass right over 70 from Clovis all the way down throughout Roosevelt County about the same time. Sarah, tornado threat is very, very low today. It's not zero. It's never a zero tornado threat. My East Texas came out there. Sorry. But we will be watching that tornado potential close. But again, I am going to be watching it mainly for the damaging wind and hail potential and the flood potential tonight too. Texas Bravo 23, anything for the city of Lubbock, Jacob? Yeah, we could likely, I think we'll see a severe thunderstorm watch come out. I don't know if Lubbock County will be included or not. Would not be surprised if we are. But again, we'll see. I think we have the criteria that would warrant a watch coming out this evening. But again, that's ultimately to our friends over at the National Weather Service office out of Lubbock. They're the ones that kind of decide and dictate if and when those watches are issued, in coordination with the Storm Prediction Center, of course. John, no way I'm staying up till 2 a.m. LOL. We all need sleep. Yes, we do. So you can head to bed. These storms might wake you up. Make sure you've got your NOAA Weather Radio or your Everything Lubbock Weather app ready to go. Should warnings be issued for your location, our app does a good job of alerting you and kind of, if you've got your phone on loud, it'll wake you up to let you know it's headed your way. So download our Everything Lubbock Weather app if you don't have that already too. Yeah, Angel's saying, take your naps now, people. I'm glad y'all got some naps in. Justin asking, so when we have a lot of activity like this, do we want hot days or cooler days? Or does it matter? What feeds these storms to escalate along the New Mexico and Texas border? Good question, Justin. So on days like today, we were kind of warm out there. Technically, temps were actually below average for us today. But still, we've got a lot of moisture around to work with due to the recent rounds of heavy rain we've had. And temperatures are definitely warm enough for us to see those air parcels rise, with surface winds coming out of the south and east as they come up the Caprock onto the South Plains. Kind of helps aid in that lift. Here in eastern New Mexico, topographical influences are big time factors with the more mountainous terrain there. So that's kind of why this activity is picking up. But as it moves into our area tonight, we're kind of seeing our low-level jet stream pick up a little bit, meaning some stronger winds higher in the atmosphere, and that's kind of helping to steer it into our area. So there's a lot that goes into it. But overall, you want warmer temperatures to be able to have, if you're wanting storms, you want warmer temperatures to be able to have more energy around, more fuel for storms to develop too. But good question. Angel, I don't know. The National Weather Service is the one who organizes the storm-warned storm spotter classes. So they're the ones to do that, but if they do, we would love to partner up with them again. I know last year we got to go to the Science Spectrum and kind of lead a collaborative class of training there, and that was so much fun, and we're very grateful that they had the chance and opportunity to put that together. So we were excited to partner up with them, but yeah, we'd love to join them again if they do that as well. I've got some ideas for maybe some similar things that we might bring to KLBK sometime soon too, so I'll leave it at that for now. Gaines County tonight's Terry. We could have those gusts upwards of 70 to 75 miles per hour. Eduardo, we were looking at it a while ago, just a dark sky. I'm going to give it a little bit longer before we check back in on the Clovis cam and see if we can see it some more. Anne Marie, yeah, we do have the chance to see some severe weather here in Lubbock tonight. Damaging wind gusts the main concern. Maybe some large hail up to golf ball size possible too. Marissa, for the most part, it will be some good white noise. Tornado potential very low, but we, again, could see some damaging wind gusts upwards of 70 to 75 miles per hour, and maybe some up to golf ball size hail. Farwell, yeah, heads up for you, Tina. This activity is going to be arriving for you within the next hour or so. So up to some 70 to 80 mile per hour wind gust, and maybe some hail up to about quarter to ping pong ball size embedded with this. So you need to stay weather aware, Tina. And we'll be covering it here on our stream as well, so you can stay here with us and just stay up to date on what's headed your way. So Farwell, let me show you really quickly, just in case. You're due east of Clovis, right there. So this activity is moving in, and will eventually, hopefully, just bring you some heavy rain, but some very strong wind gusts, upwards of 70 to maybe even over 70 miles per hour, will be possible there in Farwell. Come back to these questions in the chat in just a second. Going to check in with the National Weather Service, see what they're saying. We have confirmed 65 mile per hour winds going on with this activity right now. So up to 70 mile per hour winds possible. Cynthia saying, I would like a little rain, not like last night when all of a sudden it started hailing. Yeah, we woke up this morning. I didn't. I was dead to the world. But we did have some penny to dime-sized hail and even nickel-sized reported throughout the Lubbock metro area, especially on the south side of town. So some good pocket change falling out of the sky. Justin, awesome. I'm happy to hear that. I'm glad it's been helpful and informative and educational. Susan, yes, Chris has the night off tonight. If I need help, I'm going to get Leah to come up here and help me out, but should be okay to go kind of solo with this activity tonight. We'll see. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning there coming out. Tim, I'm with you. I'm ready for a nice snowstorm. If we can make it come in about 6 months from now, around Christmas, that'd be perfect. This. This is going to be warned for 60 mile per hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail. And it is moving more east-southeast now at about 45 miles per hour. So there we go. Hold on just a second, folks. All right, there we go. So Farwell there moving in at 9:29 Central Time. So you got about 30 minutes before it moves into Farwell. 60 mile an hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail with this one. This is going to be 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time, or Mountain Daylight Time. And this warning goes through 9:15 Mountain Time, which is 10:15 Central Time. Again, this is for 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Movement is east-southeast at 45 miles per hour. So this is what we're tracking right now. And that northern end of the line, still pretty strong. but they're in near Tucumcari area. It doesn't look as strong as what it was earlier. There's some good heavy rainfall in there. You know, watching this as it's continuing to develop and push in, we could see some good rainfall across the area tonight, folks, which is what we want. Go. Yeah, Marissa's right. Y'all better not get me started on Christmas. I'll go break out my Christmas tree. It's right over there in that corner. Y'all think I'm lying? I'll show it to you. I'm not messing around. Hey, Anthony, yeah, excited to be able to help out, man. I appreciate you saying that. I know, John, it's been awful this past couple of weeks. We've had so many of our area ag producers, our farmers, which if you don't know about West Texas, agriculture is the leading industry right behind oil. So unfortunately, a lot of farmers are going to have to replant crops. Some of those crops are already past insurance deadlines, I think. I know sometime in June that those insurance deadlines are starting to hit, but even animals have been lost due to the recent hail, wind, tornadoes, even lightning. We've had some animals lost with that, unfortunately. There you go. Jacob and I, we're on the same page. Jacob says he's ready for some snow and about time to start watching some Hallmark Christmas movies. The estimate for White River Lake, we actually have a mesonet site out there, Jeanette. They have received so far over the past week about 5.5 inches of rain. You are in that potential for the flood tonight, or flash flood potential tonight, as much as maybe 1 to 3 inches of rain possible tonight through tomorrow morning out near White River Lake. We'll see. We will see. Stephanie, yeah, I think we'll see some activity here in Lubbock. I can't guarantee that it will be severe, but I do think we'll see some heavy rainfall, some gusty winds for sure out of this. Sarah, right now, not looking at any boundaries kind of across our area. We have some over the Permian Basin. And then, obviously, this big line of storms is a boundary in New Mexico that's going to be pushing in. So that's kind of, doesn't have really anything in its way disturbing it. So that means it's just going to kind of move freely into our region. Razor Squirt's there. It lost about 400 areas of cotton and milo from Estacado. Man, hate to see that. Can't even tell it was ever there. Hate that big loss for you there, man. So Estacado to Lorenzo, it's going to be right in here. There's Lorenzo, Estacado. And I'm not surprised, y'all have had very frequent hailstorms in this area, so. Still no words on a watch or anything like that. Let's check our Curry County camera there in Clovis. And there's that storm. You can see it now moving in from the west. We've got that jagged kind of shelf cloud, which is the leading edge of the storm. Those lower hanging clouds that you see in the mix there, those are what's called scud. That scud are clouds that are forming off of that rising warm moist air. So what's happening with the thunderstorm, that very cooler rain cooled air, Lord, why was that so hard to get out? That rain cooled air is coming out of the base of the storm, hitting the ground. It can't go through the ground, so it has to come back up, and as it does, it's moving out, coming up, picking up that warmer air ahead of this line of storms, and allowing that to rise. As it rises, it cools, condenses, and creates these lower hanging clouds that sometimes can be mistaken for funnel clouds or tornadoes. That's not what we're looking at here. What we're looking at, again, just that scud cloud, or I like to call them SLCs, scary looking clouds. So again, seeing that, you may be a little alarmed, you may be a little concerned, but again, I assure you, there's not an active tornado threat as this line moves into Clovis. So again, this is a live look at the storm moving into Clovis, New Mexico. And real quickly, let's hold on just a second. Lots of lightning going on with this activity too, y'all. Over 1,500 strikes here. Give me just a second. And hold on just really quickly, and I'll get this adjusted. Sorry, it looks messy right now. Y'all bear with me just a second, okay? Trying to add this so that we can see the camera for the storm rolling in, but we can also get a good look at what radar is continuing to look like. There we go. Let's add this on here. There we go. So there is that storm rolling into Clovis there in Curry County. Susan, severe weather threat gradually decreases as we go through the rest of the week. A very low end threat tomorrow, mainly for areas along and south of Highway 380, which basically runs from Plains back through Brownfield to Hoka, through Post over towards Jayton area. So areas south of that, Lubbock not included. And then Wednesday, as of right now, knock on wood, hoping it hangs on, we do not have any severe weather threat for any portion of the viewing area. And it's been a while since we've been able to say that. So we are thankful for that trend of improvement, for sure. I'm going to update this camera view. There we go. So that is a live look there in Clovis as that storm is rolling in. Y'all can see that okay. Can y'all see that Clovis camera okay, or does it need to be a little bit better? Spencer, the time at the top there is in Mountain Time, okay? Or in Central Time, I'm sorry. So where it says Monday and then the time after that, that's in Central Time. When we draw out our storm graphic timeline and things like that, that automatically accounts for if it's in New Mexico, it'll automatically say Mountain Daylight Time. If it's in Texas, it'll automatically kick over to Central Daylight Time. So. But y'all let me know if you can see the Clovis camera okay, or if I need to make it a little bit bigger here. Very large hail reported down in Stanton, Texas this evening, too, to about tennis ball sized. So let's go back over to just radar view, because I want to take a look at these wind speeds. You can definitely see those gusty winds rolling through. So radar is estimating could have some up to 60 mile per hour gusts. And again, that's kind of what this is warned for. It's up to 60 mile per hour wind gusts. So that checks out with what is being estimated. Okay, there's that activity moving into Clovis. Again, that's the live look in Clovis as this line is rolling through. Notice a lot of lightning with this activity. Over 1,500 strikes over the past hour. So we're watching that shelf cloud roll in. And they're now bumping this up. Hold on. Just kidding. The Curry and Quaid County warning, which includes Tucumcari and areas north of Clovis, that one is warned for 70 mile per hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail. But you can definitely see that lightning picking up here with this activity. And real quickly, let's go back down to Andrews County. Have a new severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued there. This does include the city of Andrews. And this one is warned for, let me look real quick. "60-mile-an-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail." That is just north of Andrews now and will eventually be moving there into the city of Andrews. Again, right now, watching this activity back to our north and west as it's beginning to push in out of eastern New Mexico. We'll swap our radar site back to the Clovis one. We'll go back over and continue to loop here. Beginning to see those warnings extended into portions of Deaf, Smith, and Oldham County. There in the Texas Panhandle. Just west of Amarillo. Amanda's saying, "I hate these overnight storms. My nerves are so shot with storms this year." Understandably, this year has been very kind of intense with the activity that we have seen. We've had there end of April, first part of May, had a lot over northeastern areas, back towards Matador, Afton, Dickens County area, back towards Paducah, Benjamin, Texas. And then with this wave, it's been mainly over western and northwestern areas. So tonight's wave is, again, starting in northwest, but southwestern area is going to have a good chance to see this activity overnight tonight through tomorrow morning, too. That is kind of where the greatest risk exists tonight, is for Lubbock and points back to the southwest, really along the Highway 84 corridor and points south of that. So Tucumcari just gusted to 57, which is technically 1 mile per hour below the minimum threshold to be considered severe, but still a strong wind there. So there's a little more of a fun fact for you. In order to be considered a severe thunderstorm, it has to have at least a minimum wind gust of 58 miles per hour, or producing at least quarter-sized hail, which is 1 inch in diameter, or producing a tornado. So as long as it hits one of those criterias, it's considered severe. But if it's not, then it isn't considered severe to begin with. So, yeah, seeing that lightning really pick up here with our camera that we've got in Clovis, Elizabeth. Portales, that line is moving, and now get ready, Elizabeth, for those 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts to hit you. Looks like some heavy rainfall as well, and maybe up to some quarter-sized hail. Hail not the biggest concern with this activity, but wind is definitely going to be the biggest concern with this activity as it continues to push into night. Those gusts upwards of 60 to 70 miles per hour or so. But again, this is a live look in Clovis as this line is moving in. Say we got about 10 more minutes or so before this does push into the city of Clovis. Severe thunderstorm watch is about to come out for some of our West Texas counties. This will include the entire Caprock area, with the exception is that we're going to see some severe gusts as the line in eastern New Mexico moves east-southeastward, with intensity of the storms likely tapering off as they move east of I-27 later this evening. So heads up there. Spencer, after the storm passes through Clovis, is there going to be another chance of some severe storms? I don't think any more severe weather, but you could see some more rain on and off out of this activity. But yeah, you can see that line moving, and now we've got some dust getting kicked up here in Clovis. You can see that on the bottom once the lightning illuminates the skyline there. But a severe thunderstorm watch is about to be issued. It will include the city of Lubbock and those counties we were talking about a few moments ago. Leveland, we will be included in this watch as well once it is issued. And I've got it up on my other computer. It hasn't come out yet, so when it does, I'll show y'all where that's at and who is included. But again, this is a live look in Clovis right now. Again, we did have some confirmed wind gusts around 65 with this portion of the line moving in. So heads up there, Portales as well. Kind of seeing that bowing there near Portales now, just indicating that stronger surge of wind gust. parameters of the watch. They did extend it off. Well, that's technically the Cap Rock. Elizabeth there in Portales saying the wind is really beginning to pick up. Randy, how many nights of little to no sleep does this make for you? Goodness, I love the rain, but the severe junk needs to get lost. You know, I was up, let's see, I was up late Thursday night, Friday night. My sleep schedule was so thrown off, I couldn't go to sleep really Saturday night. And Sunday night, last night, yeah, that was last night, I was up late. And tonight I'll probably be up late again, so that's about 5 nights. As long as I can hit that 4 to 5 hour mark, I can manage to survive another day, as awful as that sounds. But yeah, it's been a very non-restful stretch over the past little bit. So real quickly, let's show you our severe thunderstorm watch. This has been extended through 2 a.m. Oh, that's already there. Just kidding. Trying to get it out so we can get back to our Clovis camera really quickly here. Here we go. Save. Let's export this out for social media purposes. Let me make sure the parameters are right. Hold on. You have to ping pong ball size tail and 75 mile per hour wind, so we'll keep that 2 inch and 75 there with the criteria, because that does apply still to other portions of the area. So that's a look at the watch now. Notice Lubbock is included in that. And all other counties there in pink, Floyd, Crosby, Garza counties included in that as well. So all areas on the Cap Rock. For those of you that don't know where the Rolling Plains is, it's those gray counties. That's technically the Rolling Plains area. Okay, let's get back to here. There we go. There's Clovis, though. You can see that dust getting kicked up right along the leading edge. Not a tornado. Promise you it's not a tornado. Okay, I'm getting this watch posted. Y'all can see that storm rolling into Clovis right now. Hear our NOAA weather radio going off in the background. Rain is just about to move into Clovis. This is the only activity we have in our area right now too, so that's why we're just kind of hanging with this view and giving you that Clovis camera look so you can see what is actually going on. That wind is starting to hit Clovis now. Camera getting a little shaky there. Angel saying, every time I hear the weather app talk to me, it gives me a mini heart attack because I'm never expecting it. Trying to look here. Some people asking about what time will this be moving in towards the city of Lubbock. Around midnight to 1 a.m. for the Lubbock metro area. So yeah, Lubbock around midnight to 1 a.m. is when we can expect those storms to start to move into the metro area. See, our Clovis camera has repositioned to kind of follow the leading edge of this line. You can see some of the scud clouds there with this line as it moves in. But again, this whole line is warned for those 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hailstones. And that watch is going to go all the way through 2 a.m. Adjustment storms trying to get going near Hobbs right now. They're below severe limits, but trying to bubble up. And real quickly, we're getting close to our newscast here on KLBK, so I'm gonna leave you guys full screen, mute the audio so that way you can watch this activity. then I will be back in just a second. Alright folks, so the heaviest core is now moving right over the top of Clovis there in Curry County. It's going to be headed right towards Farwell, where we have kind of the biggest bowing feature at. So that's kind of where the strongest winds are going to go. This is going to move into northwestern Bailey County, southwestern Parmer. We don't have any warnings out yet, but earlier in our live stream, it's kind of still that main area I was pointing towards having the greatest kind of surge with it. So that's what we'll be watching here. We do have some activity popping up down in Gaines County, just south of Hobbs, over Eunice, east of Old Center and Monument. It's going to be developing back up towards Seminole. And this activity is going to try to kind of connect, I think, later on this evening. You can see that down there in Gaines County. Also, if you're not already, be sure to hit that subscribe button. Tell your mom and them about us. Come and follow us too. But this activity in Gaines County right now is not severe. I'm not saying that it won't turn severe. But again, that's kind of what we're looking at right now. But overall, you can see the general movement is off to the east and southeast. And we should be getting a warning coming out soon here for Parmer and Bailey counties. Portions of Parmer and Bailey counties might include down into Cochran County too. We'll see. I don't know if they'll include Cochran County on it just yet. But heads up, Parmer, Bailey counties, you're about to be, placed under this. Click the wrong button. Hold on. Warning. No, we can go back to that one. So there it is in Clovis right now. Nothing too crazy. Hopefully and most likely just some good rainfall going on there. Again, we should have, that's probably it right there. Yep. Parmer, Lamb, Bailey, and Castro counties included in this new warning that's just been issued. There we go. It's a pretty large warning area. It's a pretty large line of storms though, folks, so not surprised. See what the National Weather Service is saying. 70 mile per hour wind gust and quarter size tail possible with this. Movement is east at 40. Let me adjust this real quick. So Parmer, Friona, you're not included in this. Parmer, Bailey. All of Bailey County is included in this, though. This is going to go through 10:45 p.m. movement is going to be east-southeast at 40. So again, 70 mile per hour wind gusts possible with this one. And what I'm doing now is I'm getting this warning pushed out onto social media. Real quick, I'm going to attach our live stream feed so everyone can join. Okay, so heads up, you can see those arrival times there on the screen. Farwell moving in now. Texaco 8:48 moving in now. That's Mountain Time. 10:08 p.m. in Bovina. Muleshoe 10:12. Sudan at 10:35 and Earth at 10:40. So heads up there as that activity continues to progress in and bow out. That bowing feature, though, is what lets us know that the wind potential is the biggest concern with this, and that there is, in fact, a damaging wind potential with this. When we see that signature, that lets us know things are going to get pretty gusty. And these are starting to move into areas where we have more of our West Texas mesonet sites, too. So we should be able to start to get a good read on that activity. We also have here, exclusive to KLBK, a Tempest weather network, our neighborhood weather network around the area, which is powered by Tempest. Tempest are at-home weather stations. We'll see our wind gust right now in this particular area and see what they are registering as. So nothing too crazy there. Most of our sites are below 20 miles per hour with wind gust. Take a look at our actual wind speeds and see how they compare. So yeah, it's good news there. We can't see like the peak or anything like that on that, unfortunately. So again, here's that activity. Still launching back to our south of Seminole. Heads up, you got some stuff developing. It's not severe right now, though. Yeah, very heavy rain falling in Clovis right now, though. That is for certain. Continuing to watch this activity develop south. So heads up, Lee County. You may have a warning coming out soon from the folks down from the Midland NWS office. They're the ones that are responsible for Lee County, New Mexico. In Portales, the worst is in there right now. So in Portales, it's kind of the worst of what you're seeing going on right now. Levelland, yes, you are under a severe thunderstorm watch through 2 a.m., Amber. Amber, Plainview is under a severe thunderstorm watch until 2 a.m. Yeah, so severe weather can happen at any point in time of the year. But for us in our region, it is most common from April really through early July is our biggest season. Thank you, sir.
Are you keeping me tonight?
No, we're good. Lime-sized crystal, yes, that's correct. So that's 2 inches in diameter. The reason that we use these odd, some people think are odd things to compare to, most people know roughly the size of the objects that we're comparing the hell sizes to. So that's why we have those different comparisons there. Jacob, I will probably still be here at 2 a.m. when Chris gets here. Sudan, Kelsey, biggest potentials for you are going to be 70 mile per hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail. Sarah, not trying to actively connect right now. They're all kind of with the same boundary, but I think eventually this activity in Gaines County will be absorbed by this line as this line continues to develop to the south. Justin, there in Plainview, you're under a severe thunderstorm watch. Any storms that move through will have the potential for up to 70 mile an hour wind gust and up to as large as golf ball sized hail, but the hail mainly going to be around quarter size, wind gust of 55 to 65 most likely. Levelland, 11 p.m. to midnight is when those storms could arrive for you. And again, Levelland, Hockley County, under that watch through 2 a.m. for severe thunderstorms. Yeah, Littlefield, you're technically in that warning, yes. So current warning there for Littlefield Marina is up to 70 mile an hour wind gust and up to quarter-size hailstones. Marina, yes, mainly just a straight line damaging wind event, or a damaging straight line wind event tonight with some embedded large hail here and there. But mainly the wind is the biggest concern this evening. You are very welcome. So the screen's gonna start jumping around a little bit here. I've got to get ready for our newscast that is coming up here on KLBK. Forgot to update the severe thunderstorm watch graphic, so I've got to change that real quick. There we go. So let's start off. Sorry, y'all, I'm talking to myself. Trying to get my show organized. Sorry for all the jump screens you're about to see pop up on the right side. So see that very heavy rain, frequent lightning going on there in Clovis. I'm going to change our radar site here back to Lubbock. There we go. Where is our future track? Here we go. Let's this is tomorrow morning, again, where we could see more of that development that could lead to even more heavy rainfall. So, good rain stuff coming over the next 24 hours or so. Did you say 6 minutes, Tag?
Yes, sir.
Come here, Tag.
Yes, sir. What am I doing?
I'll show you something.
Should I be afraid?
You should be very afraid.
Makes sense. You're on YouTube, right?
Yes, you're live now. Say hello to everyone, Tag. So Tag is one of our production assistants here on KLBK. One of the behind-the-scenes people. I'm making him come on the camera, but in front of the camera today.
First time for everything.
So Tag helps us keep us on time. I make him earn his money on that one. I don't ever stay on time, do I? No, I don't. But
Usually,
no. So
you're kind of close some days.
Some days. So this is Tag. Everyone's saying hello. But yeah, so we're tracking storms. Are you still planning on traveling tonight?
Yes.
You think?
I think I am.
Think you are? Okay. Well, be safe.
To leave right after.
We'll be cutting it close.
Why am I over here?
You gotta be careful. Oh, just making you feel comfortable.
Oh, that was it? Okay.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Well, hi, everybody. Thanks, Jacob.
You're welcome, Tag.
I'm going to go back behind my camera now.
No, Tag's a great guy. He's one of our production assistants that helps out with everything, with our microphones, stuff like that, getting our camera shots set, helping out whenever we have guests and things like that come in. So we are about 4 minutes from our newscast. I'm going to work on getting my microphone on, so y'all bear with me while I do that. But again, this is a live look and close. I'll leave it on radar so y'all can take a look at that while I'm getting everything ready. But you can see that line really getting its act together now as it's pushing into the region. That surge in Bailey County is going to be the area with the greatest wind potential. So heads up Levelland, Muleshoe, back to Spring Lake Earth area.
That was fun, dude. Thanks, bud.
I'm a pretty funny guy, Tag.
I thought you were actually going to tell me something.
I don't know. I was going to see if you're still planning on going tonight.
Yeah, all I need to do is get gas. I don't really catch up. So
But mine's going to be chasing you.
I'm so sorry. 3 minutes.
Oh yeah, they have home?
Yeah, I'm pulling the residence
Off a table. Good luck.
Heads up to our live on YouTube, just so you know. Come in here grab with me again. So if you're watching from Seminole, heads up, you're not under a warning, but we do have that storm moving in from the south. It's probably going to hit Seminole head on. Could see maybe some hail and some gusty winds out of that one. There is a little bit of a hail core, maybe up to some quarter-sized hail, maybe some 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts there in Gaines County, so heads up. The National Weather Service saying that this line back in Bailey County and Palmer County is still showing signs of 70 mile per hour wind gusts as it's moving in. The strongest portion of the storm will be approaching Muleshoe, so heads up Muleshoe. So it's going to kind of move right over the top of you. So we're 30 seconds out from starting our newscast here on KLBK, folks. So bear with us as we get everything organized and ready to go.
15. 10. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, good evening, South Plains. Keeping a very close eye on Bailey County tonight. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for you. This is a live look at Muleshoe right now. Beginning to see the wind shake the camera just a little bit, but heads up to 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts will be arriving within the next few minutes in this portion of Bailey County. This was a look in Clovis. Right now, you can see still some very heavy rainfall, frequent lightning ongoing. But where this line is surging forward in Bailey County, we could have up to 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. This activity is slowly moving east and southeast, and will begin to bring more impacts to the rest of the KLBK viewing area tonight. You can really see kind of that green line here with those outflow winds beginning to pick up. Again, all that activity eventually will be impacting places like Littlefield, Levelland, Morton, Lubbock, even down to Brownfield, Plains, Denver City, and heads up Seminole. You've got some new development now moving in from the south, so we do have a bit of an active night in store for us. A severe thunderstorm watch has been issued for all counties in pink through 2 a.m. in West Texas, but in eastern New Mexico, Curry, and Roosevelt counties, you've got one more hour left on your severe thunderstorm watch, and a severe thunderstorm watch there in Lee County through 1 a.m. Mountain Time Tuesday morning. Again, all of these counties shaded in pink under a severe thunderstorm watch for up to 75-mile-per-hour wind gusts and hail up to 2 inches in diameter. We'll break down where these storms are at now and where they're going over the next couple of minutes in your full forecast coming up in about 13 more minutes. But for right now, your KLBK News at 10 begins.
Please, God,
5.
always be okay.
It is the sight that nightmares. It is the sight that nightmares are made of. A confirmed tornado barreling right towards your home. You have no fear. Unfortunately, what you saw there was not the scenario or any sort of CGI, but it's what a shower water man caught on camera himself before that tornado flipped his mobile home upside down last Thursday. Thankfully, Bobby Rex is out of the hospital tonight, and kindly took some time to show how many powers what is now left of his phone.
139.
Please, they could kick down the,
After Bobby Rex and his daughter took shelter in the bathroom in a mobile home.
woke up, laying on the floor, took a shower on my leg, facing, towards the bathtub. It looked like she had just fallen straight out of the bathtub. And, my daughter was pulling me off her screaming.
Both were taken to the scene. Since then, they've been released. And now it's a matter of those who have left to go home.
That's not what I was.
1 minute.
So far, this is one of Rob's favorite activities.
Clearly, everything that we got is really set in partially. Box, my cooler, toasters, Jersey, and boys that we have that are actually running.
It's still back to the house now. He's slowly but surely finding the one life city.
That's, brand new.
30.
It was while he walks through the ribbons, he sees a good man.
Honestly, I'm real lucky to be alive because if you see that power cable is so hot, it's probably
15.
Bobby isn't sure what's
10.
but he says there's one thing he can make sure of it.
5.
Our Mountain Powers reporting for us. Bobby's friends and families are helping him out in any way they can. So they've started a GoFundMe to help him rebuild. And we've got a link to it over on recoveryinfo.com. In July, a Lubbock man is still fighting for his life after being impaled in a crash during Thursday's storms. The family of Dusty Young says he was heading to shallow water as the storm came through. somehow crashed into another car, throwing him and his truck into a nearby field. Dusty's sister, Chelsea, says she believes her brother was either impaled by tree branches, a pole, or some type of fence. Now, we do want to warn you that some of the images you're about to see are graphic. The family says 2 chunks of Dusty's abdomen are missing. His diaphragm has a hole in it, and he's dealing with several broken bones and a collapsed lung. Chelsea says Dusty has had 3 surgeries so far and will go in for a 4th once his swelling is gone.
That's the bird. 15. 10 away.
Now, we aren't a newscast, so I can't talk while we're in it, but we will talk when we can.
Chelsea says because another vehicle was involved, there is now an ongoing investigation. Dusty's family also has identified units. You can find them to order on tonight, California Attorney General Ron Bonta says he plans to sue the Trump administration for sending in National Guard troops and other military personnel for what he claims has been a mostly peaceful protest. CBS's Dr. Backus has that story.
And I'll come back on after we go into commercial break and give you all an update. But until then, I'm just going to make this full screen so y'all can see what's going on. And I'm going to mute the microphone.
The show grace to those already benefiting from institution.
That mule shoe cam is holding on for dear life. I think it got knocked off of its support with the wind there. Yikes.
From the Higher Education Coordinating Board says they are still evaluating the scope of the ruling and are working to make sure their rules and policies comply with that board. They are duties that go beyond Commissioner's Court. Loving County Judge Curtis Parrish says it's part of his job that he never knew would mean so much to him. Still be facing the camera.
No, so this is a live look at our mule shoe camera. I think it got knocked off of its support, and it's just hanging on by the wires there. But so it looks extremely exaggerative there. But wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour possible with this moving into mule shoe. And we're definitely seeing some gusty winds now, as that camera is certainly shaking quite a bit back and forth. So I think it got knocked off of its main support, though, and that's why it's bobbing around the way that it is. Oh, we might have just lost the camera on Muleshoe.
Taking on his role for 15 in Confederates. Each time, foreign units of VFW and missing America.
Oh, there it is. Okay. It's still literally hanging on.
15,
And just as that person's family would, Judge Parrish keeps every
10,
detail of fact, and each piece of it is someone else's.
5,
Once again, our weekend on reporting for us. Parrish tells us that those 15 veterans were now resting in San Antonio will hopefully be returned back here in New Orleans once the new West Texas State Veterans Cemetery is finished later this year. All I'm worthy to here on KLBK, a deadly parasite getting a little too close for comfort for our cattle ranchers down south. First, let's get into Jacob, who's tracking some severe weather heading across the New Mexico border, specifically around Muleshoe Plain.
Right, yeah, that's where we're kind of keeping our focus at right now, Matt. Our poor camera, I think it got knocked off its main support. You can see it bobbling quite a bit there in the wind. But wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour in quarter-sized hail and moving into Muleshoe right now. That's severe thunderstorm warning for Bailey County, portions of Farmer, Castro, and Land counties, including Littlefield, will go through 10:45 tonight. Coming up after the break, we'll track these storms and let you know where they're headed over the next several hours. You're watching KLBK News at 10, where local news matters. All right, so yeah, that camera has seen better days. So you'll hold on just a second. Oh, that's gonna make me sick looking at that camera. New warning coming out down in Lovington or Lee County, New Mexico, headed towards Lovington with this line of storms.
15, 10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, good evening, South Plains. Tracking severe weather that is moving into the area tonight and increasing in coverage as well. So let's go ahead and pop out the door and show you one of the areas that has already been impacted. That's Clovis here in Curry County, New Mexico. Still some rain falling there with distant lightning continuing right now. This is a live look on our Bottom Hill Skyview Network camera there. They've had some good rain falling, and we're going to continue to see that good rain moving into the area this evening. But with that comes some strong wind. As you can tell, right now in Muleshoe, I think our camera came off of its main support. It's hanging on by the wires it's connected with. But it's been bobbling back and forth quite a bit. Heads up, Muleshoe. This view is a little bit exaggerated just due to that non-secureness there in the harness now. But this storm is warned for up to 70 mile per hour wind gusts that's moving in. There's a live look at that storm moving into Bailey County. This warning does go through 10:45 tonight. And as we swap it over to link system number 2, we'll show you where we do have more of this activity popping up right now. We are continuing to see mainly this activity now over northwestern areas in regard to severe coverage. But whenever we pull up link system number 2, we will show you where all this activity is expected to be heading. So we've got that up now. We'll give you a look at what's going on. We do have the severe thunderstorm warning continuing through Roosevelt County through 9:15 p.m. But again, what you're able to see here in Bailey County is that surge, how we have that backward C shape there. That's letting us know we do have quite a bit of wind ongoing with this storm as it's tracking towards Muleshoe. So the worst hasn't even arrived in Muleshoe yet, but as we turn off the lightning, you can get a better look at these winds that are moving in. It looks like the strongest wind is just out ahead of the main line of this, and the radar estimating that upwards of the 60 mile per hour range. Then as we take a look at our severe weather tracker, it is showing maybe some hail in this, maybe about ½ inch in diameter. But of course, the big concern, especially with this signature on radar, is going to be the damaging wind potential. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning now that has been issued for northwestern portions of Lee County here in eastern New Mexico. This activity is pushing off to the south and east. You can see that polygon now in that general direction. Quarter-sized hail, 60 mile per hour wind gusts there. So heads up Tatum, heads up Lovington. That one will be passing close to you. We do have some activity moving into Gaines County and Seminole right now. This activity is not severe, but it is just below it. That little tan box means a special weather statement has been issued, and that means we could see some 50 mile per hour wind gusts and maybe up to some nickel-sized hail, which is just below that severe limit of 1 inch in diameter. But as we go back to link system number 1, we'll show you that we do have a severe thunderstorm watch that has been issued for the area tonight, highlighted in pink. Mainly on locations on the Cap Rock, from Floyd, Crosby, Garza counties, points back to the west through 2 a.m. Central Time here for our West Texas counties. That watch expires for Curry and Roosevelt counties in about an hour or so. And there in Lee County, New Mexico, their watch remains in effect through 1 a.m. Mountain Time tomorrow morning. So, main risk for severe weather today, areas in yellow, a level 2 out of 5 slight risk. That goes from Scurry County all the way up into Parker and Curry counties. Points southwest, that's Highway 84 essentially there. Areas in Dark Creek, level 1 out of 5 marginal risk, could see some severe storms, but again, best chance is going to be for areas there in yellow. So as we continue to progress forward in time, notice this activity is moving into the region now. This model a little bit behind schedule, but as that pushes east, it's going to gradually start to kind of fall apart. So we'll see some activity in Lubbock through roughly 2 to 3 a.m., and then behind that, we are going to see some residual shower and thunderstorm activity remain, with more development possible tomorrow morning. Main concerns tonight, 70 mile an hour wind gusts up to golf ball size hail. Not really a tornado potential, but there could be some flash flooding out there that we'll be watching too. Today's flood potential, slight risk for areas in yellow. Tomorrow could see some showers and storms over southern areas turn severe. Flooding potential exists there yet again with a slight risk along and south of Highway 82 114. Wednesday, we'll hope this holds. Right now, no severe weather risk across the region, but that flood potential will start to move a bit further to the east. Looking at maybe a widespread 2 to 3 inches of rain over southern areas by the time our Friday rolls around. Tonight's rain gauge giveaway winners are Jen Garza and Ricardo Castillo of Lubbock, Texas. As we take a look at that 7-day forecast, isolated storms becoming more isolated by Thursday on through the weekend. Things start to form up. Highs back in the low to mid-90s for Father's Day weekend. Hopefully, we can see the severe weather get on out of here. If we want to see a little bit more rain, that'd be a nice snap, but I'm done with the severe weather.
Gosh, your poor camera in Muleshoe tonight, hanging on by a thread.
As close as we are after the past couple of days of severe weather.
Yeah. You can track that storm with Jacob tonight. There's live on our line.
We'll stream live on YouTube, and we'll keep those warnings going out to all social media platforms as they UPH you guys.
Thank you. Tonight, the USDA is ramping up its fight against a parasite that experts say is a multi-billion-dollar threat to the cattle industry. The department has now temporarily blocked cattle imports from Mexico because of concerns about the new world screwworm, which devastated Texas for decades. Our team really has that story.
Also, heads up Odessa. You've got this big storm down in Ector County, moving out of Andrews into Ector County. Watching this one in Andrews too, near Eunice. Southeast at 30. So again, this warning here is issued for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hailstones, which are about 1 inch in diameter. This is heading fairly close to Lovington area. Tatum, eventually close to Lovington, may miss Tatum just to the west. This particular hail core. So heads up there. Hey Pierce, what's up? Uh-huh. No, it wouldn't be derecho because it's kind of falling apart right now. So in order to be a derecho, it has to be a lot of 65 plus mile per hour wind gust with other wind gusts well above that over a several 100-mile swath. So I don't think it'll do that. This is just kind of a typical squall line. So, but yep. Yeah, no, I gotcha. Yeah. No, I don't think this will be a derecho. I hope not, at least. So for those of you watching on live, I was talking to my producer in my ear. I'm not going crazy, I promise. These storms up to 70-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-size hail possible with them, JR.
The Argentina superstar Coco Gauff is back from Paris after winning the French Open this past weekend. Gauff is the first American to win Roland Garros 10 years, defeating Arena Sabalenka in the French Open final. With windy conditions in Paris, the 21-year-old lost the first set, but then rallied back to win her second Grand Slam title. Gauff told the CBS crew this morning that her victory was also a win over self-doubt.
Loveland, you shouldn't be worried, but I would say just stay weather aware tonight as this activity starts to move in. New warning now northeast of Seminole. Barbara, what size tail did you have there in Seminole?
5.
Call says she's going to enjoy the wind for a few days, but will soon start turning her focus towards Wimbledon, which starts June 30th. So proud of her. She's like 19.
She
won
first,
the US
exactly,
Open,
when she
so.
first arrived, there are no words. And then also the County Center Conference.
Oh, that was a good one too.
That was a good one.
Yeah.
And, Wimbledon's in 2.5 weeks. Okay, where I'm
This, so many words, just historic, incredible. There's no way to really describe appropriately what this is.
It's like the Price is Right game, but it's the cliffhanger, where you're going up and up and up.
Yeah.
This is the first of what is going to be up and up and up and up and up and up. And then it's going to stop. And that'll be when we get to the green. So we'll have much more on a couple of them, plus a future red alert to crack some national recognition.
Okay, so heads up, Seminole. This storm, it's now northeast of town, but I mean, it developed right over the top of you. This is headed towards Seagraves and Loop, so we could see up to 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail out of this one. And this warning goes through 11:30 p.m. The movement is slower on this one, northeast at 15 miles per hour. Meta, I don't think you'll get hit twice. This storm probably has a better hail potential in Gaines County than the rest of the activity around the region, too. See, that's in Muleshoe. Let's see what our Muleshoe camera looks like. Hopefully it's still hung up. Yeah, it's bobbing pretty good.
Is that the camera?
Yeah. I think it got knocked off of its, like, fixed harness, or fixed whatever.
Yeah.
So it's like literally just dangling up there by the, yeah, it's just like flapping in the wind.
So it's windy.
Yeah, it's hanging on like the rest of us after this week of severe weather. By a thread.
5,
Lord.
3, you're doing great.
It's like, you're doing great, sweetie, just hold on.
For a couple more months. The future of college athletics changing right before our eyes. Friday, Judge Claudia Wilkin finally approving the deal between the NCAA and lawyers representing all of Division I athletes. And starting next month, schools begin paying their athletes directly. Today, Texas Tech announcing their comprehensive plan for its revenue sharing to Red River athletes, including implementing the Red River Club, Red
So out in Smire area, the storm still ways out, but we could see some gusty winds. The main concern there. This warning for Muleshoe dropped down to 60 mile per hour wind gusts. And what I'm seeing here, no, you're good, Pierce, is the main line of the front of the wind gust is right about here now. So it's out ahead of the main line of storm. So you'll see the wind before the rain ever even gets there. So that's getting very close to, say, Sudan now, Earth area, headed towards Amherst. It's moving through Morton, but the rain is well behind Morton, moving towards Whiteface, moving into Hockley County. But again, the main line of storms is out west. Hey, Pierce, can you still hear me? Can y'all patch me into Pierce? Could I have 10 seconds and then let Matt say goodbye in 4? Okay, thank you.
2 minutes.
Open. And we're going to close up the show, and then I will be right back over here, y'all. Alrighty, folks, so we're continuing to watch this activity here this evening. Stuff is kind of falling apart here over the northwestern South Plains, which is good. May not see this be reissued for warning because the only thing that I've seen wind gust wise from Muleshoe back towards Earth area, even in Dora, the peak wind gusts have been between 40 and 50 miles per hour, and this is only pulsing down. Yeah, so Muleshoe peak gust of 48, peak gust of 45 in Earth, Dora a peak gust of 47, peak gust of 36 in Morton, and that outflow's moved through there now. Amherst getting close to you, it hasn't passed there yet. There in Friona, nothing severe, 32 mile per hour wind gust. Got some rain going on. Down here in Seminole, wind gusted to 40 as that little storm passed through. We did have some reports of some quarter-sized hail from some viewers down there. So we'll watch and wait. We will watch and wait. That one will kind of hold its own. We'll see. I think what data is showing, John, is that this is going to kind of catch up with this line. And as it does, it will start to push more to the east. So we'll watch it and see if it merges. There's really not much ahead of it that's going to cause it to really fizzle. But we'll see what happens when that outflow catches up with it. If it picks it up, pushes it east, kind of how it handles that situation. Brownfield, watching the storm to your south that's moving up out of Gaines County. We'll see how that impacts you, Heaven. The current time is now 10:40 here on our live stream. If you're just tuning in, those orange polygons are where we have active warnings in place for 60 mile an hour wind gusts and quarter-size hailstones. folks. Checking some comments there on Facebook. Sorry. We're watching you, Brownfield. Got a couple people asking about Brownfield. This activity moving from the southwest. We'll see if it holds together. Knowing Brownfield, though, it'll probably fall apart right before it moves in. Never fails, right? Terry County folks will swear it up and down every time, I promise you. We're watching this activity move into northwestern Hockley County right now. Alright, so winds basically with this activity now that, that severe thunderstorm warning expired. I don't think they'll reissue it. But winds with this main line look to be around the 45 to 55 mile per hour range. Again, this is what we're watching out there, folks. It's 10:48. We had our severe warning canceled throughout Bailey, Palmer, Castro, and Lamb counties. We are seeing some gusty winds moving in there, moving into Littlefield now. Let's check our Littlefield camera. Muleshoe is still a rocking and a rolling. See that moving into Littlefield now. Change the radar back to Lubbock on here. those lightning strikes have really been coming down with this activity too, so storm's not as strong as what they were. So this is what we've got right now. The only warnings now that we have in our area are there in Lee County, near Tatum. That line really getting its act together, and then one here in Gaines County. But other than that, no active warnings in our area. Roswell's getting some heavy rainfall. Seeing some heavy rainfall behind this, though, which is good news. We need that rain. I'm wanting it to just fill in over southwestern areas. They need it most right now, for sure. The Amherst Measurement Site gusting to 42 there, just northwest of Littlefield. Bailey County had a peak gust to 45, or Earth did. Muleshoe had a peak gust to 48. Morton had a peak gust of 38. That storm is overhead Morton right now. Really seeing that line getting its act together down in Lee County, though. Everything overall is turning downward in terms of intensity right now. Again, this is a live looking Littlefield looking back to the due west. And just kind of everything maintaining its course right now, and just keeping an eye on activity here as it's continuing to progress to the east. Watching this near Morton as this line starting to kind of pulse back up just a little bit as it'll push east into portions of Cochran counties, into Hockley County. The storm in Gaines County, northeast of Seminole, not looking as strong, but that line really getting its act together in northern Lee County, beginning to interact with more of an outflow boundary that's starting to move more to the north and east. Shallow water Petersburg areas could see some gusty winds as this activity moves in. Those gusty winds hitting Littlefield now. This camera starts to get shaky there. See the lightning picking up as well. Eduardo, that boundary is the leading edge of these storms, so it's moving at about that 35 to 45 mile per hour range. Ren, I hear you. I'm quitting gardening too. I've tried the past 2 years, and then everything just gets killed by the hail, and I'm just not about it anymore. Elisa, here in Lubbock, the best chance is going to be right around midnight to 1 a.m. is when that activity moves into the metro. I was going to say, I can't see Justin's message. I got on too late. Yeah, sometimes it gets a little lagging. You'll have to just kind of go out and come back in. I don't know why it does that, but it's technology. It's not perfect. Well, something fun for you guys on YouTube, y'all may not have seen. I got told I was a fearmonger for using the literal text from the warning from the National Weather Service. I said, this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. I said, the media, oh, everything's destructive with the media nowadays. It's like, okay. Some people crack me up, y'all. I just think it's funny. Mainly just the rain and wind. We're seeing those gusts near 45 to 55 miles per hour with this activity. But there is the chance of maybe some embedded small hail here and there. But overall, just those gusty winds around 45 to 55 miles per hour, what we're looking at right now. Jennifer, the main risk for severe potential is going to be midnight to 1 a.m. We honestly could see shower activity linger on and off overnight tonight in the metro area. So, kind of like what we saw last night. So. So what we got going on now? Good rain going on in northern Lamb County. I know those folks, there's a couple of farmers up there that have said how much they've needed that moisture, so hopefully they're getting the most of it tonight. So storms are pulsing down a little bit. Now they're looking like they're trying to pulse back up some. So we'll watch them and see what they do. See that core kind of popping back up north of Morton. some in northern Lamb County. Not an organized line like it was earlier, just more kind of scattered strong here and there, is what we're seeing now. Again, heads up Levelland, that boundary beginning to move in from the west. But yeah, I think that midnight to 1 a.m. time frame is still pretty valid for the Lubbock metro area. Some people are asking, what do I consider the Lubbock metro area? And it's going to be, see that big gray circle where most of the city is? So really this area here. Even down to Wolforth, I technically include as the Lubbock metro area. But basically this area is the Lubbock metro. Or what I consider to be the Lubbock metro at least. So. But you can see that light green line there. Reset. Boop. So this is kind of the leading edge of those gusty winds. I think because it is surging out ahead of the main line, that's kind of what's dampening overall the biggest severe potential with this activity right now. Which is good, I'm not complaining at all about that, but here in Lee County we don't have that as much. But what we are starting to see is additional convection developing, trying to catch up to this outflow. Odessa, you got a big time hailstorm moving in there. Ooh, that's an ugly storm headed into Odessa, y'all. Yeah, radar saying up to 3-inch hail possible with that one. Radar still estimating up to maybe quarter-sized hail here in Gaines County with this activity. Maybe some marble, half-inch in diameter size hail there throughout Lamb, Palmer, Castro, Bailey, Cochran counties into Hockley County. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, overall that is what we're seeing. Yeah, we're not surprised you're seeing lightning there in Levelland. We've got that activity moving in from the west. Should be in Levelland around 11:30 or so. Not a major severe weather concern with this. Could see some 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts out of this, and that's really the biggest thing. Glenn, we will see some additional shower and storm development tonight, really through most of the day Tuesday on and off. Most of it should be below severe limits, though heavy rain and maybe some gusty winds would be the main concern with that, Glenn. But overall, nothing too significant is likely. Yeah, Muleshoe, just some good rain falling there now. Yeah, that's the biggest thing, Ashley. Working in news, especially local news, really any form of news media, weather, sports, you have to have thick skin. Something I like to say that I heard one time from someone, I can't remember who said it, But there's just some people out there, if you give them $100, they'd still find a way to complain about it. And that's just what you've got to realize at the end of the day. I'm going to do my job. I know what to do. I know how to do my job. I don't say that to be arrogant. I just say that to be confident in my ability as a meteorologist. But a lot of people, too, that come out just so out the gate, just awful sometimes. I don't know what they've got going on, They could be having a bad day. They could be having a bad life, and I'm just an easy target. And if that's what I need to be for somebody to feel better and start having a better day, I can handle it, And in news, we always get flack. No matter what. Whenever we report a story, somebody's not going to like it. Something that a lot of people like to say, facts don't care about your feelings. It's cold hard truth. But yeah, you got to have thick skin if you're working in weather or in media, really, of any form. Yeah, watching that one in Gaines County to see how it acts, John, overall kind of pulsing down in intensity. As of right now, I don't see them reissuing a warning on that one. But Lee County, man, oh man, y'all have got those big storms rolling through now. Yeah, Odessa, y'all got a pretty big big time hailstorm moving in right now to Odessa area. Let me see what that's warning for. They just put a new warning out on it, Javier. Hold on just a second. Confirmed $half size hail, which is 1.25 inches in diameter. That is moving into Odessa right now in 60 mile per hour wind gust. For Lubbock, the biggest concern for us is going to be that 45 to 55 mile per hour wind gust range, I think. Becky, we may see some like pea-sized hail in Lubbock-Wolford area, but nothing significant likely. The most significant sized hail is now just southwest of Tatum, heading straight for Lovington. So heads up Lovington. All of the stuff in our West Texas counties is mainly just gusty winds, 45, 55 miles per hour. Really the biggest concern. There in Littlefield, gusted to 50. Olton right now, you've got that moving in. You're gusting to 31. Earth again gusted to 45. Morton gusted to 38. This activity is kind of pulsing up a little bit as it heads into Levelland, so I'd say up to maybe 50 to 60 mile per hour range expected there. In Hockley County as that moves in. Yeah, that Gaines County storm is all but kind of fizzled out now. So there you go, level end. You can see no tornado threat, and it'll show you the rotating winds just to make sure. So again, very big gap here. We don't have any areas of any tight rotation, circulation, anything like that. So again, just those gusty winds going to be moving in. Radar estimating, I think 40, or I would say 50 to 60 mile per hour gusts, definitely in the realm of possibilities with this activity headed towards the city of Levelland. Seeing this line, try to get a little bit stronger in terms of more of those reds and yellows and oranges popping up. Do have a new severe thunderstorm warning down here in Lee County, though. This one warned for 70 mile per hour wind gust and lime-sized hail, which is 2 inches in diameter. And this is moving at 25 miles per hour, according to the National Weather Service. So there's that new warning for most of Lee County, New Mexico. Hobbs, you will be included in this. Something that I am going to keep an eye on too, real quickly, is our KLBK East Cam. We're going to face it back to the west as much as we can, because we'll have a good view of the shelf cloud as it rolls in. That one, and then we'll get our Metro Tower. Go. This one will be a good view of it as it rolls in. I already see some lightning out there with it. watching this view very closely as that line of storms moves in from the west. I'm getting this new warning posted out to social, so y'all bear with me, please. There we go. Okay. Takes forever and a day to get it all up there. It's like 800 million different social media platforms now. I'm going to get a time lapse set up on this camera too, so that way we can get a pretty good view of it going. And we're going to set this to start at 11:30 p.m. We'll do it at 11:20. And set up for our KLBK cam is 2. Perfect. So we'll have those rolling so that whenever this rolls in, we can get a pretty good view of it. Our level end camera is not working though, so I can't show y'all what that looks like. Real quickly, before anything else gets too crazy, I'm going to hop out really quickly, and then I will be back in just a second. Hart, Texas, now you just got some showers and storms rolling through there, Rosebud 13. You may see some 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts, but nothing too intense crazy. Yoakum County, y'all missed out on the rain quite a bit here recently, but looks like that activity starting to pop up and move into your neck of the woods there, thankfully. Seminole, you might see a little bit of hail later on this evening, but I think the worst is past you right now. Tornado threat is essentially non-existent tonight, so y'all don't be too worried about that. Yeah, you can see those storms are getting a little bit stronger here over the past couple of minutes or so. Starting to see more of those reds and purples pop up. So I'm going to run out real quick, and I'll be back. I got to go get a storm snack, and I'll be back in just a second. Alrighty, folks, we are back. That activity really getting going in Hockley County. Could see up to maybe some 60 mile per hour wind gusts there. Sorry, I'm back. Had to go get my storm snacks. No, I long for the day that I get to actively work out, get back in shape. But between being dad and a meteorologist in storm season, that's just not on the books right now, unfortunately. So this activity, let's track it out real quick because I want to give everybody a heads up as to where it'll be over the next hour. So essentially an hour ago we were here, and man, it's really filled in over the past hour, has it not? And now we're about here. So that is roughly 35. We'll say it's moving at about 25 to 30. We'll put it at 30. So this line of storms hold on just a second. This is basically covering the entire area now. There we go. So you can see kind of arrival time of this activity here. Over the next 3 hours, who's going to see what? Alright, going to share this out and try to add our live stream link there so everybody can join us. Make sure this posts properly. Perfect. Just letting everybody know where we're at. If they want to come and join us here on YouTube where the party is, right guys? Yeah. Not partying as hard as that mule shoe camera was, though, I can guarantee you that. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you had to be here. You had to be here. going to get this posted out. But again, this is kind of arrival time of this activity. Levelland, that activity is moving into your area now. Almost done here, folks. And then we'll get to talking a little bit more. There we go. Okay. Girl Marina, we're best friends. I'm so ready for fall too. Fall is my favorite season. So you can see that line really popping up and filling in over the past hour. But oh, what I'm so excited about with this is mainly it's just heavy rain. That's the good news out of this activity tonight, folks. Love to see it. So let's do our, what I think is one of the coolest products we have here. It's going to be our 3D radar. Okay, you ready? Boom. Look at that. We can see the whole line of storms. Well, after I get this mess off. So you can see where we do have those heaviest rainfall rates coming on right now. Those areas in red, how high up into the atmosphere they go. Sundown, that's moving in near Levelland. Back near Plains, just southeast of Tatum. And then big time hail core moving into Lovington. In fact, let's lower this even some more. I'll show you where those hail cores are. Some near Plains, but again, Lovington, you've got a good one moving in there. Some north of Levelland near Looms Chapel. Maybe some around Hart, some northeast of Dimmitt. Overall, it's kind of what we're looking at right now. I'm going to pull up, in a minute I will pull up our Lovington cam to see what that looks like. Let's go back to our Lubbock cam, see if we can see it yet. Metro Tower West. I've got a time lapse set up on this camera. Oh, it's fuzzy. I'm glad I looked at that. Alright, so that has been fixed. It'll update here in just a second. In fact, actually, I'm going to go ahead and pull in our Lovington camera. See what it looks like. Ooh, there we go, Lovington. You got a big time hail core coming in. That additional development just ahead of the line there in Terry County. There you go, Brownfield. See, we just had to give you a hard time with that stuff in Gaines County earlier. It kind of got absorbed by this line moving in. Yeah, nothing severe. The strongest portion of this line is from Hockley County back down through northern portions of Yoakum County. But again, just mainly heavy rain is the concern with this. I'm going to turn it more this way. It's going to look a little odd. Just to show you where that activity is and where it's moving, so we can actually cover the entire area better. If that bothers y'all too much, tell me and I'll fix it. Hey there, JCast Text says, used to live in Brownfield in 98, enjoyed the 1990s news team here. Awesome. Out in McAllen now, or down in McAllen now. Kathy speaking my language. Christmas in July movie starting pretty soon. Oh, 90s Christmas movies are the best. I like the claymations. Okay, I need to stop going down that rabbit hole. Y'all need to quit. Y'all need to quit. Y'all get me down a rabbit hole and way off topic for severe storm coverage. Brownfield, nothing severe, but we do have that activity developing now just northwest of town there in Terry County. Golf ball size hail moving into Odessa, Texas now. I'll give you a view of that one. Yeah, right over downtown Odessa. Yeah, bumped up to golf ball pull step right over town. Goodness gracious. Let's pause this. Let's go in and look at our wind speeds. Again, up to maybe 50 miles an hour. That's not correct. That's a bad read. Don't freak out. You see those little specks? Those are actually wind turbines, folks, believe it or not. That get picked up on occasion here. Yeah, Leveland, you've got those showers and storms moving in now. Some just nice, good, heavy rainfall here in Hockley County. And that's going to move right through Lubbock County if it holds together. Sundown, you've got that nice, heavy rainfall moving in now. Oh, I love it. Most of this is below severe limits, and it's just bringing some nice, good, heavy rainfall into the area. Models were showing this completely falling apart, and I was like, I don't buy it. I didn't buy it one bit. Nothing severe moving in for Brownfield right now. Again, we just have some general showers and thunderstorms moving in. Oh my goodness. I'll fight with this bag of Cheez-Its. Good grief. Okay. Let's go back to our volumetric radar scan here. You see where those biggest areas of red are at now. Here we go. Now I can redraw the box. Y'all hold on just a second. There we go. So this is our 3D radar scan. I'm going to leave it just to show those big areas of purple. Notice how that's really increased here in Hockley County. You can really see that purple popping up. Over level, and likely some very heavy rain, maybe some pea-sized hail getting picked up with that too. Some of that just past Alton, moving into northwestern Hale County, going to be headed towards Hale Center and Plainview. That getting closer to Tulia Crest locations as well. They're south of Littlefield, kind of bypassing Levelland, Sundown into northern Yoakum County. You can see that activity there. As we get down to Lovington, heads up, Lovington, you've got a big old hail core moving in. So we'll reset radar, give you a couple of loops here to show you what it's doing. Everything generally moving to the east and southeast at about 30. And then we'll do our Skyview camera tours. This is in Lubbock, looking back to the west and northwest. Our Metro Tower, ooh, that was a good flash. Let's go to Lovington. Ooh, big flash there. This is that hail core getting ready to move into Lovington right now, so heads up. Very strong winds. Lovington, you are under that severe thunderstorm warning through 11:15 Mountain, which is 12:15 Central. And this is what we've got within the area that we cover here on KLBK. I'm going to go look. Levelland right now has had a peak gust of 37 miles per hour. Up in Anton, that activity just moving in, they're gusting to 33. Again, Amherst gusted right up to 49. Morton gusted to 38. Sundown, that activity just now moving into your area, gusted up to 34. Plains, we don't have that there for you just yet. Tatum gusted to 36. Levelland again, peak gust 37. Amherst gusting to 46 right now with that activity moving through just northwest of Littlefield. Alton had a peak gust of 45. That's headed towards Plainview. Yeah, just strong winds. That's really going to be the main thing. Wind gusts upwards of 50 is what we've been seeing over the past hour with this. Carlsbad area, Isaac Hernandez there. You can see some of that activity popping up really southeast of town right now. But again, Levelland, you're getting hit pretty hard. We just had a big viewer spike. I bet you most of y'all are from Levelland. Yeah, these storms will be waking people up. We do have quite a bit of lightning. Yeah, we were pulsing down. We were only at about 400 strikes over the past hour. Now we're up to almost 900. That north of Levelland really picking up. That's what's going to intensify. Head into the city of Lubbock. Heads up shallow water. Lubbock metro area. Over the next hour, that's going to move in and bring in some very heavy rain. We've seen about a half an inch an hour or so overall with this activity at most as it's moving in. Northern Hockley County, you've got a lot of lightning picking up there. And it's that storm that's going to be moving towards the Lubbock metro area there in northern Hockley County. So heads up. Lubbock proper. When I say Lubbock proper, I mean if you have a Lubbock zip code. Lovington, that hail core is very close to moving over you right now. It's an ominous look there with those low-level clouds blowing through. Our KLBK East camera, yeah, it's starting to show a lot more of that lightning off in the distance. Same here from our metro tower, looking back to the west. And I've got time lapses running on these, so I'll be excited to see those once they're done. the 3D scan on if y'all like that one. I'm going to lower it down to just show the big red cores, though, that are popping up. There we go. So lightning strikes really have... We've added about 1,000 strikes of lightning over the past hour with this activity. So, yeah. I'm going to lower this down a little bit more to show us where the strongest cores are occurring at. I want to turn that lightning off, though, so we can see the hail cores and the heavy rain cores better. Seeing a lot more of that popping up over central areas, too. Eduardo, comp time is not the same as a break, my friend. Julia, I did see a lot of damage there in Big Spring yesterday. We talked about that storm a little bit on air. I think it was mainly a straight line damaging wind event, but definitely I know the folks at the National Weather Service are going to be out surveying that damage to determine exactly what it was for sure. Nonetheless, though, regardless of what it was pretty significant, the damage there. A new saying, when thunder roars, join Jacob's live stream. That's funny. With this storm, again, mainly just gusty winds, 45 to 55, maybe 60 miles per hour at best. Oops. But again, that activity kind of starting to accelerate. Very heavy rain falling down in Yoakum County, heading into Plains right now. Let's go look at Lovington really quick, because they've got the worst part of that storm directly overhead. We'll see if our camera still works. Yep, there it is in Lovington. This storm is warned for up to 70 mile an hour winds and 2-inch hail. So live looking Lubbock. And let's change out our camera view here. Still some nice steady rain falling there in Littlefield. Light to moderate rain. Okay, so here's a live look at this activity as it's rolling in. There's a live look from KLBK. You can see that shelf cloud beginning to pop up back to the northwest. live look at that storm rolling into Lubbock. Had to reset the camera really quickly. So that's a live look. You can see that shelf cloud there. This is the most updated radar scan too. Here's that live look though, you can see. You need to see that kind of surge into northwestern Lubbock County. And so here's this activity rolling into Lubbock right now. Just some heavy rain coming out of that. You can see some of the rain shaft there and some of the, maybe a little bit of a hail shaft. Right around midnight, so that activity arriving right on cue. That lighting really picking up with this activity. Come back over in just a second and give you another update of radar across the rest of the region too. Y'all hold on just a sec. So you can kind of see that pancake stacked there with the this outflow boundary moving in, the shelf cloud. Let's take a look at our Metro West camera too. You can see it there on the right side of the screen moving in. Okay. So we're looking at this portion of the storm near shallow water. It's kind of surging forward. Very heavy rainfall moving in through Levelland now, back towards sundown. That's over Plains. None of this activity is severe, which is the good news. Just some very heavy rainfall out of this. Back towards Tulia, Plainview area, kind of breaking apart over Health Center and Underwood area, back to Cotton Center. But yeah, this is what we're watching with this line as it's moving in. That's a live look from our KLBK studio with radar 2 as to what's going on. So the camera will kind of chop in and out a little bit there, but you can see it is a live look at this activity as it's going on. Yeah, a lot of cloud to cloud lightning actually, seeing some cloud to ground too. Juliet, this could technically be considered a squall line. We're not seeing like severe criteria, wind gusts and stuff like that out of it. But definitely it is an organized line of storms that are rolling through the region. We'll go back to just the camera because with the radar and the image on it with such a high quality picture here, it is giving us a bit of a, it's doing a lot. Taking a lot of bandwidth to do that, so hard to kind of sustain that and everything. Yeah, shallow water, you've got that heavy rain moving in right now. Shallow water, nothing severe with this. Could see some gusty winds of maybe 40 to 60 miles per hour. But again, the National Weather Service not saying anything about anything severe. Smyer, you've got a 44 mile per hour wind gust moving in right now. Shallow water, you're gusting up to 30. Reese Center, we're at 33. Anton, peak gust at 42. Levelland had a peak gust of 39, and that's happening right now. But look at that shelf cloud. It's a nice shelf cloud developing there. The time lapse of this is going to look really good too. Set to end at midnight, or 1 a.m. So we'll have a good run of this shelf cloud as it moves through, and then the heavy rain that follows it. Yeah, very clear view there of that shelf cloud as it's moving into the metro. There's the storms. You can see that area of purple and pink popping up near shallow water. Some more of that in northwestern Terry County right now. Lots of heavy rain and hail ongoing with that activity there in Lovington, New Mexico. But again, this is a live look here in Lubbock at that shelf cloud moving in. Let's take another vantage point from our metro tower in downtown. And wow, you can really see that moving into the area. This is looking due west. That's Broadway on the left side of the McDougal building there. Back towards Cotton Court Hotel. Cotton Court Hotel, by the way, is absolutely beautiful. If you ever get the opportunity to stay there in Lubbock, Texas, the Cotton Court, it's where it's at. If we have family or friends coming to town, that's what we always recommend for them. And this says east, Cam, but it's actually looking back to the north and west right now. Ooh, goodness gracious. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, that's a live look at that shelf cloud rolling into Lubbock. What this is the leading edge of the storm as it is moving into the city of Lubbock. So what this is what's happening. We'll see some lower level scud. You can kind of see that kind of deeper in the mouth of this thing. But what's happening, this is very different from a wall cloud, Jennifer. What's happening is we've got that rain-cold air coming down to the surface, right? It's hitting the surface. It can't go down into the ground, so it rises back up. And as it does so, it gives us this kind of jagged look with the shelf cloud on the leading edge. But what it is it's pushing that warmer air out ahead of it back up into the atmosphere. And as that air rises, it cools, condenses, and creates those jagged-looking clouds on the leading edge of the storms. But that's exactly what we're seeing with this right now. This is moving into the city of Lubbock, Texas. But Andrea, thanks for the report. Pouring down rain and super windy and shallow water. I don't expect these storms to turn severe. We have not had any reports of any kind of severe wind gust or anything like that out of this activity. The peak gust that I've seen over the past hour has been 49 miles per hour. So Smyer, you're gusting at 41. Let's go real quickly to our Metro Tower camera. This is a look at the same storm, but looking back due west, where as our other camera here in Lubbock is looking back to the northwest. On the right side of this image, those red buildings, that's Texas Tech University that we're looking at. So again, this is a look at it here from the city of Lubbock right now. You can see on radar that activity beginning to move in from the northwest. Again, some of those lower hanging clouds that you see there in the camera view, Those are some of those scud clouds, so just the lower hanging clouds. Again, nothing really severe, or nothing like a funnel cloud or anything like that ongoing with it. I promise you. I know it looks very alarming, very concerning, but that's not a funnel cloud, nothing of that sort, okay? I promise you it's not. My wife just sent me a text. She's probably wanting to wring my neck. I had a dad fail tonight. I did not think about it, and my daughter asked for sweet tea at dinner. So I was like, yeah, you can have some sweet tea. My wife just texted me and said, your daughter is still awake, by the way. So, sorry, sweetie. Yeah, really quiet out right now. I'm sure it is outside in Lubbock, but if you look right on the city line there, you can see some dust getting kicked up on the left side of the screen as this line is moving in. So we're going to have the gusty winds move through first, and then the rain will follow a little bit after it. But you can see that dust now getting kicked up there on the horizon. Cynthia reporting some light rain on the north side of town. Yeah, those are scud clouds right there under that shelf cloud. That's what you're seeing, Marina, exactly right there. But yeah, that's kind of what we have going on right now. Just watching this storm roll in. It always cracks me up because I can tell whenever these storms are moving into more populated areas, because on the live stream, the viewer count will go whoop whenever it starts to hit more of a populated area. I think over the past 5 to 10 minutes, we added about 100 viewers here once the storm started rolling into Lubbock. But yeah, we've got these storms rolling in right now. They're not severe, so rest assured there. I will take another look at those wind gusts that are coming in right now. While I do that, let's give you another view to this perspective. So recenter is gusting to 40. Shallow water peak gust to 30. And what we're looking at is this portion of the storm that's moving through shallow water into Lubbock right now. And this near recenter is also in association with that as well. So again, up to 40 mile per hour gust with this activity moving in right now. In order to be considered severe, it has to be at least 60 miles per hour. So, fun fact for you there. I am seeing some additional development out in Kent County, to southern Dickens County. We'll go to that in a second. I want to stay on the shelf cloud right now. It's not severe. Seeing some more right along the Caprock area, the edge of the Caprock in southern Crosby County, and seeing some more development down near Lamesa as well. But again, this is kind of the main event here. Let's look at our Metro Tower West cam. It's closer to downtown, closer to right where the bulk of this is. But yeah, you can see it there. Looking into, like I say, the belly of the beast. But yeah, look at all that dust getting kicked up on the horizon too. Like I said, we do have a time-lapse go to this, so once that time-lapse is over, I'll be sure to post it. As this did roll in. Okay. Sundown had a peak gust of you ready for it? 11 miles per hour. So again, all this activity well below severe limits. The strongest gust recently we've seen out of this activity is at Recenter, which is in western Lubbock County, where that tornado happened on Thursday. They had a peak gust of 41 today. Smyre, peak gust of 38. So again, yes, there are some gusty winds with this, nothing of severe caliber. Just a good old-fashioned heavy rain event with some gusty winds and some lightning going on here and there. Just give you another look at radar with the shelf cloud there continuing to roll in. You can see that activity pushing into northwestern Lubbock County now. Some activity popping up in Crosby County. Some out in northern Kent, southern Dickens County as well. Here's that moving in now. You can see that the scud, the lower hanging clouds on the underside of the shelf cloud picking up, seeing that dust there at the surface get kicked up with those winds between 35, 45 miles per hour that are rolling into the metro right now. And by West Texas standards, that's nothing. And I was just wondering about this too, and the National Weather Service just mentioned this. Matt Zeebel, who is there at the NWS office out of Lubbock, as this mesoscale convective system, it's called an MCS, continues to decay overnight, something can happen behind it where the pressure drops pretty quick. And what that is known as is a wake low. When that occurs, usually we can see some pretty strong wind gust pick up due to that wake low. It's an area of lower pressure that develops on the backside of this MCS, this mesoscale convective system. And what happens is as that pressure drops, it causes the wind to flow in a lot quicker on the backside of it. And they're noting that we could see that occur tonight with strong wind gusts continuing over the next couple of hours. So it could be a breezy night tonight, but rest assured that there is not going to be a tornado threat, just some gusty winds occurring with the activity that we've got going on out there right now, okay? Texas Bravo 23, seeing some maybe up to penny-sized hail near the shallow water area. That's going to be headed towards the airport. But again, nothing severe criteria. In order to be severe criteria, it has to be at least quarter-sized. But again, folks, this is just a good old-fashioned line of thunderstorms, okay? We're not seeing any severe weather out of this. I know some of you are probably very on edge, your nerves shot due to the past week that we've had of severe weather. But if you're the praying type, if you're praying for rain, this is what you want. This is the kind of heavy rain event that you want across the area. So it does sound great. Yeah, that heavy rainfall sounds good. Harley saying shallow water is getting hit right now. Hey, Emily, I see your comment there. What size hail did you have in shallow water? Based off of radar, it looks like penny size right now. Kuma saying winds near Loop 289 and Slide are fairly strong. So Emily, if you don't mind giving me a rough size estimate there of what that hill was, I would greatly appreciate that. Carolina reporting strong winds on the south side of Lubbock. Raining hard on Inler Avenue and 19th in Lubbock. Yeah, seeing some of that heavy rain pick up now, but again, wind gusts, we haven't seen anything of severe caliber. The strongest wind gust we've had has been 41 miles per hour out at Reese Center. Waiting for the Mesonet sites to update. There we go. So out at Lubbock Christian University, there is a gust of 51. 41 at Reese Center. Close to 51 there at Texas Tech University as well. South side of town, we haven't had the winds move in yet. Right now, gusting to 7 on the far south side of Lubbock. And again, these are some kind of delayed reports. The wind just now beginning to hit our camera here at KLBK. And again, the wind is moving in ahead of the rainfall. So we'll have the wind for a bit and some of the dust blown around, then the rain will move in at a later time. Let's go back to our Metro Tower camera. So live look over downtown Lubbock. You can see it is very windy. You can see the lights flashing there in the trees. We actually have trees in Lubbock, believe it or not. So you can see a lot of that dust getting kicked up right now. And we will see lots of lightning, but that rain will move in a little later. Something streaked across the top of the screen there. I don't know what that was, but it's honestly probably a bird flying in front of the camera. Yeah, those gusty winds are hitting the station right now. If they were really strong, you'd hear our roof make a little bit of a noise. We do have some, our TV tower is right against our news station. And in the winter months, what we see is ice become an issue. So we have some ice protectant pads on the roof of our station here. So if that ice falls, it hits that and not our ceiling. Because a couple years ago, we had a huge ice storm rip through our ceiling and did, I think, over $1 million worth of damage to our building. So that is a protectant now. But when the strong wind moves through, it'll kind of pick them up, blow them around a little bit. They're all tied together, so it's not just going to fly off. But you can hear them bouncing around up there whenever that happens. Yeah, but we do have some heavy rainfall moving into the northwestern corner of Lubbock County. Over the past hour, this portion that's moving into the Lubbock metro area, Anton, has picked up 0.6 of an inch of rainfall. So that will be moving into the area. Sundown didn't have a lot of wind, but you did see quite a bit of rain. 73 hundredths of an inch of rainfall over the past hour. So that's good. Levelland, the heaviest of the rain kind of split you to the north and to the south. You've only had about a quarter of an inch of rain in the past hour. Same in Smyre. Shallow water, that rain started not too long ago for you, 14 hundredths of an inch of rainfall there. Heard NOAA Weather Radio going off, giving an update for the Lee County activity. I did see the TV station in Abilene. Yeah, K-Texas, they got hit by that very high wind event last night and knocked their tower on top of the building and then ripped the roof off of their news studio. It's horrible. Thank God none of them were hurt out of that. It's insane. Joel saying the wind is bad in northwest Lubbock. Yes, tonight we'll see this activity last on and off for a couple of hours. The wind is going to stay pretty breezy for a while. Juliet saying the wind is there in Abernathy. Yeah, the rain is a little ways behind it. Not quite there for you just yet. Maria there in Smyre, this activity is just kind of beginning for you in terms of rainfall. I'd say at least the next hour or so you're going to be dealing with it out there. But again, rest assured, Maria, I know you guys are kind of traumatized literally from this past week with the tornado and all out there. But this is not going to be of severe caliber. The biggest concern may be with the wake low developing later tonight, some wind gusts up to 60. But again, that's really it. Plainview, you've just got some showers and storms going on right now. Nothing severe for you. Plainview right now, your peak wind gust has been 37 miles per hour. So again, y'all, in order to be considered severe, it has to be at least 57 miles per hour. And we're not seeing that out there right now. Latest update just came in. Let me take a look at this. So there at Texas Tech University, peak gust of 51. Same out at Lubbock Christian University, Reese Center, peak gust of 41. You can hear the wind hitting our tower here now. Peak wind gusts on the south side of Lubbock, where this outflow is just now moving into 28. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning that's been issued down in Gaines County, so let's go ahead and let's hop over to that. So the coolest part of that shelf cloud's already moved through anyway. So, new warning now here in Gaines County. This is a look at radar, by the way. Overall, everything moving to the southeast at roughly 30 miles per hour or so. This big batch here in northwestern Terry County kind of got absorbed by that stuff developing ahead of it. That's going to move right for Brownfield. We've got this heavy activity here moving into Lubbock County, especially near shallow water back towards New Deal, the airport area. That's moving more east-southeast, so heads up Idalou. But yeah, let's focus on this warning right now. Portions of Gaines. They have it moving more east, more of an eastern component than what I think that there is to it. They have it moving at and this is a 60 mile per hour wind gust and quarter size hail warning. This direction at 35 miles per hour. So again, there is that activity right now as to what is going on in southwestern portions of the area. You can see back for the rest of us, this is kind of what we've got going on. We'll turn on our volume radar, which gives us kind of that 3D scan, and we'll show you where we have some of these higher cores at northwestern Lubbock County right now. It's getting kind of sliced off there. You can see that angle just due to how close to the radar site it is getting at here in Lubbock County. But heavy rain, maybe some small hail there. Some back moving into Plainview, Tulia Crest now. Some of that southern portions of Hockley near sundown, moving right towards Brownfield. Heads up, overhead plains, that's headed to Denver City and Seagraves. Lovington, that's moving back down towards Hobbs areas. So again, that's the 3D view. A new little cell popping up just south of Rawls, and another one south of Spur in northern Kent County. So that's kind of what we've got going on there. I'm going to angle this in this direction so y'all can see it while I get this new severe thunderstorm warning posted out. Okay, so that Lee County warning over into Gaines and Andrews County is warned for 60 mile per hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail. This is going to go until 1:15 a.m. Central, 12:15 a.m. Mountain Time. So again, 60 mile per hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail there in that orange flashing box on the bottom side of the screen. And what I'm doing now is I'm getting that warning posted out on social media. And I would show y'all our RAWs cam to get a better view, but it got completely shattered out by hail last week on Friday night. But again, Lubbock, we've got these showers and storms rolling in right now. They are not severe, but they could be producing some 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts, maybe some small pea-sized hail. But rain, heavy, beautiful, liquid, gold rain is the main thing we're seeing out of this. You're here on the south side of town, gusting to 44, so pretty consistent. Wind gusts below 50, up to 48, South Plains Food Bank. We did gust to 51 on the northwest side of town. That may have been from this morning. I don't know 100%. But again, in order to be severe, it has to be at least 58 miles per hour to be considered a severe storm. Let's go back and look at our live cam here from Lubbock. See that lightning picking up. We've got some rain beginning to fall here at the KLBK studios. Let's zoom into the metro. You can see most of that activity over near Shallow Water, back towards the New Deal area. Located along 1294, moving east. Near New Deal, a little bit of a core of heavier rain near Smyre now. It's been a while since we've had a radar update. 17 minutes ago. Oh, cool. Our radar went down in Lubbock. That's why. So we're not getting any scans from the radar site in Lubbock. Perfect timing. So now we're not going to get really a good view of this mess. Moving into the metro on radar. Never fails. Not surprised. So now it's just going to give us this. I don't know if it was a lightning strike took it out or what the deal is, but no, our radar site just went off here in Lubbock, so. This was the last scan and it came in at 12:04, so it's been about 20 minutes since we've gotten an update. Crud. Take a look here. So that heavier rain starting to move in now. Take a look at our RAWs cam as well. This is looking back to the west. You can see it got shattered out by hail. See the storm's off in the distance though. Brownfield. The camera's looking in the wrong direction, but you've got storms moving in from the northwest and Brownfield, and it's going to be some heavy rain. you go, Brownfield. Activity pushing in now. Oh, that's so frustrating that our radar went down. Hit the thunder. So sorry, y'all. I know it doesn't look pretty, but that's as pretty as it's going to get with our radar going out. Unfortunately. Ford and Wolford, love to see it. Wind is strong on the east side. Yeah, we've had some gusts up to 50 miles per hour. Nothing too dangerous tonight in Lubbock aside from the lightning and stuff like that. But mainly some gusty winds, upwards of 50, 55 miles per hour. Should be below severe limits. Emily, let me look real quick for you. Shallow water. On the Mesonet site, peak gust of 43. Oh yeah, in East Lubbock, we're gusting at 54 right now at the Lubbock Texas Tech University East Campus. It's located there off of the East Loop in Highway 6282. South Plains Food Bank, southeast side of town, they gusted to 49. Along that outflow, 44, South Central Lubbock. 51 at LCU, 51 at Texas Tech. So you have peak gust 54 at the East Campus here in Lubbock. Wolford, you've gusted to 41. In Smyer, over half of an inch of rain there over the past hour. Same story in Anton. Levelland, you've got about 3/10 of an inch so far. Sundown, 7/400 of an inch of rain. Plains is up to 3,500 of an inch. 4/10 of an inch in Olton. Littlefield only got about a tenth of an inch. Ooh, gusted to 58 at the airport, which is technically a severe caliber wind gust. So again, President Smith International Airport did just gust to 58 miles per hour. Brownfield, you could have those gusts of 55 to 60 miles per hour at their strongest move in. I'll give you a look in Brownfield on our camera right now. That's Rawls. It got shattered out last week. Give it a second, Brownfield. Okay, that's a live look. It's a little breezy there. Doesn't seem the rain has started for you quite yet, though. Is that lightning picking up, though? Starting to rain here at our station in South Lubbock. We're at South Loop 289 at University Avenue. Let's see if Muleshoe's still hanging on. It's hanging on a little bit. Not dancing around as much as it was earlier. Ooh, beginning to hear that rain here. It's going to put me to sleep, y'all. Heaven saying rain is starting in Brownfield now. Chris saying it's storming like a son of a gun in shallow water. That's how you know it's raining pretty good. Yeah, definitely looks like the biggest core of that storm is over Idalou now. Starting to see this line kind of progress in southern Lubbock County and develop with activity in southeastern Lubbock County near Slayton. Woo! Did you see that? That was a lightning strike. If we do see any hail in Lubbock, it'll only be pea-sized or so. Here's some of that heavier rain pitter-pattering on the roof now. .55 peak gusts on the east side of Lubbock. The airport again officially did hit 58, which is a severe wind gust. Message our folks over at the National Weather Service. There's some kind of communications issue with the office here in Lubbock. So they've had to actually turn over responsibility to Amarillo. So something happened at the National Weather Service office here in Lubbock to where their communications systems are down right now. That's not good. Looks like they're working on getting everything back up at the NWS office. Yeah, so radar has gone down in Lubbock right now. You kind of see that line trying to connect here in southern Lubbock County over to southern Crosby. Right there. Heavy rain moving into Brownfield right now too. Back towards Plains, the Denver City area. Love to hear that rain there in Brownfield though. They need it pretty bad too. Very heavy rain at sundown, 3/4 of an inch in the past hour, over 1/2 of an inch in Smyers, 7/10 of an inch in Anton, about 1/2 of an inch in shallow water, with a peak gust of 43. Brownfield, maybe some 45, 55 mile an hour wind gusts and pea-sized hail. Lubbock, no, we are not having a tornado. Just some storms moving through. Brownfield only reporting about a 36 mile per hour gust right now. Hopefully we don't lose power with the storms. So we did have a severe wind gust at the airport here in Lubbock, but we do not have any warnings in alert or in effect. Let's take a look at our power outage maps real quick. We'll see if we have any. So Hockley County, we do have some. about 100 customers without power there in Hockley County right now. But that's all that I'm seeing. Nice rain falling in Lubbock. Let's look at Brownfield. There you go. There's the rain, Brownfield. Got the lightning going on with it too. It's our Amarillo site. See this activity over northern areas. It's behaving itself. The most intense activity is over southern areas. Our radar site in Lubbock hasn't put out any new data in 30 minutes. Yeah, they completely lost internet at the National Weather Service office here in Lubbock, unfortunately. So now that means Amarillo is having to be kind of the backup and watch for activity. Oops, hold on. There we go. Now we've got the radar back in Lubbock. So we went out for a bit, and then now here we are. New severe thunderstorm warning issued to Lubbock County. We do have one on the eastern side. For Idalou, back to Rawls. Again, this is where we did just have that confirmed wind gusts of about 68 miles per hour. So that warning would have come out a little bit sooner, but again, they did take a power hit, and they lost all internet access due to that. So, it's moving east at 35. Let me adjust the times on this. Today is now Tuesday. Happy June 10th. This warning goes through 1:30 a.m. for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Movement is east-southeast at 35. So yeah, I had a little bit of a comms issue there with National Weather Service office out of Lubbock. They lost internet access, so our radar went down for a little bit. out, thankfully. So this warning was actually issued by Amarillo's office because Lubbock's is not able to take over. So sometimes whenever we see things like that happen, where there is a communications error or communications issue or internet access is lost, other partnering National Weather Service offices will actually take over until the issue can be resolved. So that's what we're seeing tonight here in Lubbock, is that our neighbors to the north in Amarillo are helping out and taking over actually with issuing the warnings for our area. Okay, interesting. Don't know what's going on with that. I'll check the chat in just a second. Let me get this finished posted. Because the warning has kind of been like redacted and moved back and only issued for 5 minutes. So I don't know. Let me look and see. There may have been an error with where they issued to begin with. Let me look. Okay, so this is what it was. This warning was initially issued by Lubbock, but the warning never went out because they lost the power. So that's why that warning never went out, due to the communications issue at the office. So that's why it's platted now, but there is still that warning to the east. I got that posted out to social, so it's there, but it's not showing up on the map anymore. Michael, how large is the hail that you have at your location? This will not cause a tornado in Austin, no. Richie, there could be some hail in that area, 1585 and 3431. Wacko area, you should be okay right now. I don't think there's anything going on out there. That blinking box is the severe thunderstorm warning in our area. So we have radar back up now, but we had lost it for a little while due to them losing internet and a communications error or something at the National Weather Service office. So there's a bit of a jump there in the data, and that's why. Brownfield, you've just got some good rain going on right now. The only severe warning is going to be this one here in Lubbock County. It's set to expire in 2 minutes. I know it's Waco. My wife and I have a joke and call it Wacko instead of Waco. I should have prefaced when I said that. Let me say you're good right now. You do have some showers and storms that are moving in from the northwest, but it doesn't look like anything severe. Slayton, we've got this activity moving in, gusty winds right now. Oh, thanks, Richie. I appreciate it. Yeah, Thursday was a very serious. I'd say it's probably one of the top 10 serious coverage events that I've had to do in my career. There Thursday night here from Lubbock, and really all across the area is pretty intense. All this activity is moving off towards the east and southeast. Permian Basin area have some strong storms west of Odessa now. One that moved through earlier up to golf ball size tail with that one. But more pretty intense storms moving back west of Kermit, back towards Pecos area. Wink, Jow. So yeah, that line of storms pretty intense there. Heads up, Loop, Seagraves, that activity extending into northern Dawson County now. Hey, love to hear that, Jacob. Appreciate it, man. This activity in Lubbock isn't too intense. Most of the worst parts past the metro now. Just some isolated shower activity going to be continuing for the next little while. We did have some peak gusts of 50 to 60 across the metro, though, especially over the eastern side of the metro. Oh. Yikes. Are we still live? Okay. That was really freaking weird. Pardon my language. We just took a lightning strike here at the station. My computer went black, and I could literally smell like a burnt smell as soon as it happened. That was insane. That was weird. I've never experienced anything like that before. Oh, that was crazy. So, my whole screen went black. All of my monitors over here went black, so I'm glad we didn't lose you guys here. I think we lost our Skyview camera, though. That struck our tower. But I was sitting here, and you know how if there's a lot of static electricity, you can smell it? As soon as that lightning strike hit, I could smell, that static electricity smell. That was weird. That was really weird. That was very strange. Okay, got our camera back up and going. So, Michael, I'm in the very middle of the building, so we don't have any windows, thankfully. Yeah, no, that struck our tower on our TV station, if you're close to our station, if you know where our station is at. So that was pretty intense right there. I think the computer's fine. Everything seems to be working fine. Yeah, I'm going to turn on the lightning strike. Look, yep, right there. There's KLBK. It's like right on top of us. That's insane. Big new warning coming out here in Dawson County and Borden. That is an interesting warning. I don't even know what storm that's on. So we have confirmed 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with this in Seagraves. We had a wind gust of 60 just reported. So it's going to be for this line here that they're warning. This is moving east at 50. Okay, we've got this new warning. Have confirmed a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust going on with this one. I bet you if Chris wasn't awake before that strike, he is now. And movement on this is east-southeast at 50. That's such a headache. That was the weirdest experience ever there with that lightning strike. Oh, Richie, that's very kind of you to say. Creative one, I typically work from 2 p.m. to 11 p.m., but when severe weather strikes, I am up here until it's over. That's my some of my responsibility as chief, so. Yeah, I'm definitely salary, Ben. I don't get overtime, unfortunately. That'd be nice. Heaven, I am pretty tired. I am pretty worn out, but I'll be okay. Madeline, you're very welcome. Glad to provide you some relief from your storm anxiety. Y'all are way too kind. I really appreciate that, y'all. But yeah, activity is rather benign overall. Still could see some severe wind gusts. That's going to be the biggest concern. Then Mr. KLBK treats me very well, and I'm not just saying that. I am a chief meteorologist, but I am a husband and father first and foremost, and I have made that very well known with my employers, and they respect that, thankfully. So in activities and stuff like today, of course, I have to be inside a little bit more. Inside the station more, so I have to make a bit more sacrifices at home, but it's not like this all the time. But birthdays and stuff, I usually am able to get off to spend time with my kiddos, extracurricular bits, things like that. So they treat me well and let me prioritize being a dad. So that is my top priority. And as long as Mr. KLBK lets me continue to prioritize being dad and husband first, I will continue to be here with Mr. KLBK. So. Gotcha, Maddie. I'll call you that from now on. Wink, Peyote area. Let me look. My brother used to work in the oil field down in Wink area in Pecos. No, could have some large hail move through maybe and some gusty winds. I think for Wink, that area, mainly gusty winds will be the biggest concern there. Heaven, you are most certainly welcome. Creative one, thank you very much. I appreciate you all as well. I wouldn't be able to still be here if you guys all didn't tune in and watch, so I really depend on it, so thank y'all for doing that. Yes. A lot of times in the news, you'll hear a lot about, just overall morale management's not good, things like that. There are a few diamonds in the rough, and our station is definitely one of them, 100%. Because like I said, if they didn't, my family is my top priority, and if they didn't respect that or allow me to make that the case, I would not still be here. Yeah, you'll have some gusty winds in La Mesa. Nothing too significant, likely, though. You are under that warning, though, for up to 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, Maddie, so just heads up there. I'm grateful to be here, West Texas Blitzball. Stay safe down there. On the rig, the worst storm that I have ever covered was probably the one whenever I was still in college. I went to school at Mississippi State University. I worked part-time at a station called WCBI, the CBS affiliate in Columbus, Mississippi. And while we were on the air tracking a tornado warning, it actually touched down just about 500 feet south of our station, knocked us off the air, and just up the road from us, unfortunately, a woman was killed in that tornado, that EF3. In 2019, it was the first tornado fatality of the year. So that was a very raw experience to have to go through. We ran off the air. We had a basement in our building that our news station was in there. And we went down into the basement, got there in time. But my wife was watching at home, and she was pregnant with our first child. And the last thing that she saw was our screen go black, and then I couldn't get in contact with her for about an hour or two. So she was at home, 8 months pregnant, didn't know what just happened to us. But thankfully we were okay. So, but yeah, that was probably the most intense storm coverage I've ever done, Amber. I got you, Richie. I actually grew up near the Texarkana area in northeast Texas, so. Kylie, yeah, there's a better view of Lubbock for you. Those storms are mainly to our east now. Just some light rain and some gusty winds for the metro for the rest of the evening hours. Michael, yes, I am the chief meteorologist at the local CBS affiliate here in Lubbock, Texas. Our call letters are KLBK. The LBK stands for Lubbock. Richie, I have heard of him before, yes. Creative one, yes. Health State. Go Bulldogs. Rodriguez family, of course. Thank y'all for tuning in. Hey, Angel, you got hail reported there in Slayton. About what size hail do you have? Brownfield, the worst is past you now. Just some nice rainfall continuing on and off for the next 15 minutes or so. Yeah, Maddie, nothing too crazy. I mean, could have some gusty winds up to 60 miles per hour there in Lamesa, maybe some quarter-sized hail, but kind of the low end there on the severe threshold. I got you. Yeah, Winsboro's a good area. Ben, I can tell you said you just seen how much Chief Meteorologist gets paid. You'd be live 24/9. Unfortunately, those are skewed on the very upper end on those Google searches you do there. Got a severe warning on the phone. Have they issued for Dickens? Yes, Elena. It's just to your west, though. Dickens technically isn't included, but it's for this batch of stuff coming out of Lubbock. We did have confirmed wind gusts up to 60 in the metro. It's warned for 60 mile per hour wind gusts and maybe up to quarter-sized hail there. Yeah, Texas weather is a little crazy sometimes. Eduardo, I don't think that I would go back. I love Mississippi. It was a great chapter in my life whenever my wife and I were in college, before kids and stuff. But I think that chapter is closed. I love it. It holds a special place in my heart. But Lubbock's grown on me quite a bit. I'm very happy with where I am. Is the weather calm enough for me to take my tail home and get some sleep? Not just yet. Not just yet. But meteorologist Chris White will be getting here probably about 30, 45 minutes or so. And once he does, I'll turn things over to him and let him kind of take it away. Lubbock, Natalie, yes. For severe weather, we're clear for the rest of the night. Could have some gusty winds. But overall, big-time severe weather threat is done. Eduardo, I don't know if I'll go back to Texarkana. Like I said, I really, really like Lubbock. Really do. Richie, yes, agreed. The people out here are fantastic people. A lot of times Lubbock gets a bad rap. West Texas gets a bad rap. Yes, there are areas of crime. You're going to find that in any city. But Lubbock is a great place to have a family, raise a family. It's affordable to live. There are good options for things to do, too. I grew up in a town with 400 people. So if you want to talk about small town, nothing to do, I can tell you about small town, nothing to do. We would go sit in the Walmart parking lot for fun. That's what we would do. But yeah. Anyways. Lubbock, yeah, we could see some showers and storms on and off tonight, but severe weather threat is done. Ben, yeah, it's a lot of things. A lot of people where I grew up, they either stay there or they leave and never go back. But leaving definitely helps you learn to appreciate the area you grew up in a little bit better. Yeah, moved here from Rochester, New York. Weather is definitely crazy over here. It definitely is. It is wild. Clovis, yes, you were in the clear for the night tonight. Thomas? Cheyenne, yeah. Another East Texan tuning in. I have family that lives out in Athens, Texas, and then in Lindale, Texas. What made me choose here? Amber, the weather. I like to say Lubbock is like the Las Vegas of weather. You get a little bit of everything out here in West Texas. Snow. The only thing we don't get, thank God, are hurricanes. I don't do hurricanes, okay? You can outrun a tornado. You don't need to. Tornado. Goodness gracious. Can't outrun a hurricane. Once it's here, you're stuck. Eduardo, yeah, I did know about Lubbock. I actually looked at coming to Texas Tech for college, but they don't have a meteorology-specific bachelor's track. So I chose to go to Mississippi State instead and did the professional route there with a emphasis in broadcasting. Oh, Natalie saying you moved to Lubbock from Denver and the weather change is super scary. Denver to me is very intimidating for forecasting. When it comes to the mountainous terrain, I'm just like, Lubbock is as far west as I will probably go. So we're continuing to track storms right now. It is about 1:04 a.m. on our Tuesday morning. I said the severe weather threat's done in Lubbock, and a lot of people started dipping out of the video. Which is good. Y'all go to bed. Go to bed. I will say behind this main line, though, we will see some more activity kind of pop up here and there overnight tonight through the early morning hours tomorrow. But most of that will be below severe status. I think all of it will. But we could see some more locally heavier downpours out of that. Yeah, kind of my motto about Lubbock is you Lubbock or leave it, right? No pun intended, but it is a big time pun. Love it here, or you don't and you get out of town. I like to say Lubbock is kind of the hidden gem of West Texas. Everybody knows about Amarillo. A lot of people know about Midland, Odessa. When I tell people I'm from Lubbock, they're like, oh, is that close to like Austin or Dallas or San Antonio? And I'm just like, yeah, it is. Yes, the radar is live right now. You can see there at the top it has the time stamp. But yes, it did go down earlier. It's back online now. So, Michael, I hear you there. I love Lubbock as long as my roof stays on my house. Amber, you know we did have severe weather in the forecast that day for last year for Levelland severe storm. I was actually here live, not as good of a setup as I have now. But I was live whenever we tracked that storm in, and we could actually see that microburst come down out of the clouds as it moved in, but it was just, whew. That was an event right there. Up to 120 mile per hour wind gust is what the storm survey found with that damaging wind event. And there are some people that will go to their grave saying that thing was a tornado too. So, yeah, thankfully this year Levelland, it hasn't been as bad for them. They've been really dry. They've had some close calls with some fires here and there. That's really been the big concern with them this year. But overall, a much better year this year for Levelland than last year. Yes, trying to see. That may be some 3-body or just some bad scans on radar of some stuff trying to pop up there in Curry County. Yeah, it's just bad data. And that stuff in northern Kent County is just sitting there, though. They've had so much rain in that area. And southeastern portions of Dickens County. I will say from Parmer, so hold on a second. Let's zoom out real quick. So these areas here, if I'm drawing your cities on this map, you have the all clear for severe storms tonight. I promise that says clear, whether you can read it or not. That's what it says. So those areas in white, all clear. You can go to bed, okay? But the southeastern areas are going to have the greatest risk of seeing that isolated severe storm or two for the rest of the night. So, if you live within that white shape, it's not really a circle, that white area, you have the all clear tonight. So that does include the city of Lubbock. Kimberly, I have been in Lubbock as a meteorologist. Actually, June the 5th was my 6th-year anniversary. That last little part there in New Mexico that's pushing southeast, that'll continue to exit off into portions of the Permian Basin area. So again, it'll continue to move in that area. Maybe another severe potential with some wind gusts there. The main concern tonight. Yep. Y'all make sure to subscribe and ring Jacob's bell. Creative One said, yeah, I need it to be a cowbell though from Mississippi State. Emily, excited to have that title with you. Make sure you give us a follow here on Facebook, though, too, and on X, and download our Everything Lubbock weather app if y'all don't have it either, okay? It's good for tracking this activity, too. In our latest forecast videos, you can always find them there as well. Okay, so some of y'all were with us the other night. We have a new streaming service with Everything Lubbock. Some of you were saying in Apple TV you couldn't find it, so if you'll search for the new channel, if you just type in Everything Lubbock, it'll pop up. So it's long to type out. It should pop up as soon as you type in the word everything. But again, Everything Lubbock. Search that for your Apple TV. It'll be our new streaming service. We've got our live stream will be going in there as well. Emily, that's funny. Yeah, Tornado. I give Terry Furman, our co-anchor, a hard time. Because she'll say tornado, and I'm like, a what? What? And then she'll pick back at me because my East Texas comes out when I say orange, and it comes out orange. So, yeah. We all have our vices. But, yeah, our Everything Lubbock Plus app, if you want it on your Roku or Fire Stick, just search EL, then spell out the word plus, P-L-U-S, EL plus. You can add that to your Roku. You can add that to your Fire Stick. But if you have Apple TV, you have to search and actually type in Everything Lubbock. But it will come up if you just type in Everything Lubbock. So, hey, don't be hitting on Roku now. That's what I've got. It's economically friendly. Thank you very much. Yeah, Mr. Chris White, it'll be coming in a little bit. If y'all have a great night, y'all can head to bed again if you live in these areas in white, that white polygon area. That's where the all clear has been given for the rest of the overnight hours tonight. No more severe weather possible there. Could see some more showers, could see some more storms, but nothing severe likely there. These areas outside of that, to the south and east of Lubbock, though, you do still have that severe chance on and off for the next couple of hours. So if y'all are signing off, just be sure to hit that subscribe button before you do. Appreciate the support. But of course, we'll be continuing to track things here until Mr. Chris White gets in, and then once he gets in, I'll turn things over to him and let him kind of keep tabs on stuff for us for the rest of the evening hours too. Oh, awesome, Connie. Glad you got it added to your Roku. Good night, Kimberly. Have a good evening. Thank y'all for tuning in. You are very welcome. Eduardo, the summers are 1,000,000% million times worse in Texarkana than Lubbock. Lubbock, I actually can tolerate summer. Summer's not my favorite month by any means, but Texarkana, the humidity is awful. Welch is gusting to 45 now there, just northwest of Lamesa as that activity rolls through. Brownfield, you had a peak wind gust of 36. O'Donnell, storms haven't arrived for you yet. You're only gusting to 15. Seagraves had a peak gust to 57. Seminole had a peak gust to 47. Denver City to 45. Tahoka, that activity moving in now, you're gusting at 34, so not severe there. Rawls, that activity's moving in right now. You're gusting to 34. Slayton had a peak gust to 46 miles per hour, so yeah, nothing too crazy. Floydada gusting to 32, had a peak gust to 42. Good night, Juliet. Ooh, I think our time lapses are done. Let's go check and see. Y'all bear with me. I'm going to have to make a new graphic, so it's going to look kind of funny in here. Hold on just a second. Here we go. This should be it. Yeah, here we go. This will be our shelf cloud movement. Look at that. Beautiful. Oh, love it. Nice. Oh, we've got another one too. Hold on. I forgot about the Metro West camera. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Beautiful. Love it. It's fantastic. So again, this was the time lapse from our metro tower looking back to the west. It's a nice view of it too. Again, if you're just now tuning in, these areas in the white circle are in the all clear for the night tonight, meaning that no more severe weather is likely for those locations. Thunder rolls. a pretty good lightning show coming into Lamesa right now. Yeah, that time lapse of the shelf cloud really was cool, Michael. If you're just now tuning in, we're watching these severe warning storms right now for the possibility of up to 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter-size hailstones. Most of the area we are looking at those wind gusts of mainly 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gust and just heavy rainfall. Michael, just got your video. That's really cool. I just got that lightning video you sent me. Yeah, that's awesome, man. I've had so many sponsored posts pop up in my feed for hail repair and roof repair and window repair recently. I'm like, my goodness. With this event, Carson, they only had about 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts near Slayton, New Home area. They've seen some decent rainfall, but overall the worst kind of avoided those areas. Seminole, you've had a peak gust of 47 out of this activity. Welch, northwest of Lamesa, up to 47. Tahoka, 37 for you. Post, this activity hasn't quite arrived yet. You've only gusted to 39. McAdoo, northwestern Dickens County, gusted to 35. Very heavy rainfall in just south of Spur now. White River Lake, Calgary area under that warning in southeastern Crosby County. Lamesa, by 2 a.m. you'll be in the clear of this activity, Connie. saying very strong winds in Lamice right now. Justin, appreciate it. Yeah, I'm ready to go home and get some rest. When Mr. Chris Whitey gets here, we'll sign off and everything. We'll let him take it over. Gusting to 46 miles per hour in O'Donnell right now with the winds. White River Lake, a gust of 54 right now with that activity moving in. Had a delayed report coming in from a viewer of some quarter-sized hail down in Tokyo, Texas, which is just west here of Brownfield. Right there. Some quarter-sized hail reported. Yeah, the worst part of the storm is moving into La Mesa right now. Eduardo, no, I don't think White River Lake's going to get close to 10 inches on top of the already totals we have. At least not through tonight. It's not going to be that heavy of rainfall. We have a new warning. Just kind of a continuation of this line. southern areas. This is for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. Moving at 30. How are we already 10 days into June? Some thunder. Just got my lightning alert saying that was only about 1 to 4 miles away. So. So if you live in these areas here, you have the all clear. So you can go to bed. It's still getting some pretty good thunder here in Lubbock too. Raylan. I'm down in mid-Kif. Hold on. You just got some general showers and storms going on right now. Nothing severe in mid-Kif. So during the day, our daytime meteorologist is Mr. Chris Whited. He usually works from 2 a.m. to noon. Odessa, everything else is done for you the rest of the evening. You could have some showers and storms. These roll through, but I don't think that they will be severe by that time. They could be still. I would say it's 1:50 by 3:30 to 4 a.m. there in Midland, Odessa area. You can see this move in. Well, hello. How are you?
Overslept, but I'm good.
Oh, you're fine. I know. I was like, is Chris okay? Because I'm like, I know you usually get here pretty soon. I was like, he's probably sleeping good in that storm. Maddie, your niece Amelia turns 8 on Saturday. There's a chance of rain for her in Lamesa. Then there's some isolated shower and storm chances still on the board then, but not as widespread as kind of what we've had out there today. Alrighty, everybody. I'm going to turn things over to Mr. Chris Whited, who is now in the studio and everything. So I'm going to end our live stream here. And should more warnings and stuff like that come out, you can find those over on the KLBK weather page on Facebook. So make sure to give us a follow there. Until then, have a good night. Again, areas in white, you are in the all clear this evening. Really, for most of our South Plains counties and Rolling Plains counties, we should be done after this little batch moves through from Andrews back towards Borden County. So y'all have a good night. Stay safe, stay weather aware, and thanks for following along with us here on KLBK for our live stream this evening. And appreciate you all sticking around with us, staying up late. Have a great rest of your Tuesday, everybody.